everybody. Devin's going to have the 6-ball to the top left, and will then it'll come around 2 rails for the 7. Does not pocket the 6-ball in the corner, so Demetrius will play the right side of the 6-ball, come off the top rail coming down for the 7. Should be able to get it clean as long as he stays to the lower side of the 7. Drills the cue out for the 7-ball. All right, 9's going to be moving on this shot. He'll look to play right off the right side of the 9. Potentially go forward. Does not want the 9 to land in front of the 8-ball, of course. Oh, cue ball's going to sit right on top of the 8. All right, Demetrius is going to play right off the edge of the 4. Come on, 3 rails, leave the cue ball glued to the top rail. Devin looks like he's going to go right for just the 8 to the top left. Oh, he's going to scratch in the corner. 8-ball coming down table. It's going to be ball in hand for Demetrius Lakatos. Play the 8 and the 9, both in the same pocket. Look to take the early first rack lead. All right, 9-ball in the pocket for Demetrius to take a 1-0 lead here in this matchup. All right, coming out of the break. 2-ball on the bottom end. All right, Demetrius going to back cut the 2 and put the cue ball behind the 5, using the 9 and the 8 as coverage. Devin's coming to the table with a tough spot. Should be able just to come off the left side rail with a little bit of spin into the 2-ball. Looks like Devin wants another look at it. All right, coming off the left side rail. Going to connect into the 2. Oh, it goes across the 2. All right, Demetrius putting the cue ball behind the 3. Devin coming to the table again with not a clear shot. Demetrius playing pretty good here on the hide and seek portion of the ball. Just going to look to make contact coming off the bottom rail. Drives it up table. Cue ball stays behind the 9. Looking to just swerve around the 9-ball, make contact with the 2. Might even just about a quarter ball jump. Just jump right over top of it. Makes good time contact. Cue ball stays up the other end. Majors did himself no help on that shot. Making the 2-ball in the side pocket. Cue ball staying behind the 6.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the Nineball series.
All right, back to the action. Sorry, folks, for the little audio issue that we were having. It seems like we have it fixed now. Going now into rack number 3. Scores tied 1-1. Devin Petit will be breaking. Nice spread by Devin. Devin, sponsored by Q-Tech Qs. Very strong player out of the Midwest. And the excuse me, out of the Arkansas area. Take a look at the overhead. Just look to put the cue on the bottom rail. Probably near the 4 balls where he's going to put it. 2 o'clock match. We're going to have Scott Frost coming in. Just going to look to tie up the 8 and the 4. Demetrius from Greece, number 61, ranked on the Matchroom top 128 list. We'll look to play a sliver of the ball if he can. Going just a little bit around the 7 ball. Might even have about a quarter to half ball. Slides the cue over behind the 3. Or sorry, slides the 2 over behind the 3. Cue ball down in the bottom rail behind the 9 ball. Devin going back to get his jump cue. Going to look to jump to the right side of the 3. So the cue ball comes off the rail. I'm going to kind of dig right in between that rail and 3 ball space. Streaming live on 2 channels here on the Billiard Sports Network YouTube channel, and then also on Matchroom YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us. Devin got a piece of the 2. Cue ball's going to come around the table. It should give Demetrius 2 with the shot into the top corner. A 7 ball should give him a little bit of a stoppage. Bunch of top superstars in this event today. We have Aloysius Yap, John Mora, Mario He, Victor Zelinsky. Federer is here, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. All the top WNT players are in this tournament. Demetrius might opt to take the bank on, but I think he's got the 2. Should be clean. Play right to the top left corner. Now with the 3 ball, I should be able to play the 3 right up to the top right. We'll look to bring the cue ball across table for the 4. Had a few people earlier in the week ask me if Shane was coming to this event. Shane going to Don Weir Memorial out in the western part of the U.S. Demetrius at 4 in the corner, 5 setting up for him nice in the side pocket. Void's hitting the 8, so he should have a little bit of a play here on the 5. I'll play the 5 to the left side. Going to draw the cue ball to the bottom rail. That's a little bit more of a steeper angle than he would like on the 7. Got two ways to play the shot. He can play the 7 up to the top left corner, letting the cue ball come off the top rail, right rail spinning down for the 8 in the bottom pocket. Could also use a lot of outside low English, drawing the cue just to the right rail and then down table, which he's going to do here. Nineball is going to get in the way. That's the problem with that kind of shot. If you're going to use the stroke of the draw off the right side rail, you got to get the ball to basically hook into the rail and start spinning before it makes contact. Nine is fully in the way, so he's going to have to come off this right rail, go into the 8 ball. Kick the 8 up table. Devin's going to have a shot. He's going to control the cue ball, though. Cue ball will track towards the top right pocket. I'm making contact here. I'll put a little bit of inside. Look to come off that top rail. Also pointing to the right side rail, so he's going to go to the right side. Outside English here will help get the cue ball to travel to the right. Devin misses the 8. It's going to line up for Lucatis down in the bottom corner. I'll just play the 8 to the bottom corner, come back up 1 rail for the 9. Demetrius instead just draws the ball. Look to play the 9 1/4 and take a 2-1 lead here in the opening round of the Vice City Classic. It's going to be a race to 9 in this event. All right, 2-1 on the score. Demetrius Lakatos over Devin Petit.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the Drill Partner is perfect for you.
If you're an amateur player looking to up your skills a little bit, check out Moonlighting Billiards and the Drill Partner. Kind of a quick way to set the balls up for drills. They have a couple of also different things on our website you can check out. We'll go a little bit more depth into Moonlighting Billiards in a little bit. All right, let's get the score updated for you here. Demetrius Lakatos up 2-1 over Devin Petit. One ball just hits the point on the side pocket, does not go in. All right, Devin at the table. 3-ball locked up with the 8. Could pose a little bit of an issue for him. If he gets himself back up to the 2, playing the 2 into either one of the top corners lends itself for pretty simple safe, just stopping the cue behind the 8. The key here is clearing the cue ball past the side pocket with the 1. Devin could opt to play safe here with the tough incoming shot. Take a look at the side pocket. Yeah, he's going to be going all safe on this one. Cue back up table. Bumps the 2 just a little bit. He needed 2-3 inches more to the right, and he would have landed right behind that 2-ball. All right, Demetrius with a piece of the 1 should be able to make the 1 come bring himself back up between the 4 and the 9. Obviously, does not want to run into the 9. Just wants to clear both balls, come up in between. Great shot on 9. Clears it, comes up to the top rail. That's going to leave him the 2-ball. He's got a good angle on the 2. Just look to roll the cue forward into the 3-8. 8 goes to a favorable position for him in the side pocket. Now the 7 will pose a little threat, nothing major, as long as he gets himself either to the top, to the side rail, or back out to the middle of the table. All right, just pinches 3-ball in. He's going to leave himself a nice angle for the 4. All right, troll shot on the 4 coming off the right rail. Nineball's in the way. I got to question that shot. I would have thought maybe coming high off the right rail, bottom rail, would get him more out into the center of the table. He retreats back and gets his jump cue. Is going to go over top of the 9. He's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to go high over the 9. A lot of airborne. He just wants to get over top of it. If it goes too high, then the cue ball potentially lands and hits the 5 on the upswing. So he's just going to get over it a little bit. Might even try to land on it if he can. Lands on top of the 5. Does not make it. Does not scratch either. Might be a potential for Devin. Coming off the left side rail to spin into the 5, but cue ball could straighten out and go into the bottom right corner. My shot here is going to be slightly firm, but more about accuracy. Does catch rail. Gets a good spin coming up. Clears the 9 ball. He'll play the 9 to the. Sorry, he'll play the 6 to the top right corner. Ideally, he'd like to be straight with the 7 into the pocket and just pull straight back for the 8 to the side. Looks like he's loading up a little bit on the shot. Just decels prior to contact. Leaves a cue in the center of the table. Play the 7 to the corner. Wants to draw back for the 8. The side pocket, as we were talking about. All right, Devin moving the ball pretty well this rack. Playing the 8 with the side pocket. Got the 9 to the bottom corner, bottom right. Devin's going to look to tie this up 2-2. Going to race to 9. All right, Devin puts that down, makes the score 2-2 here in a race to 9. Let's see some of the scores from the event. Anthony Maglino is out to a 6-0 lead over Tommy Tokop. Edward Rigo 8-6 over Scott Strickland. Mustafa Alnar, Walter Lakery in a little battle right now, 3-3. Dennis Hatch, 8-2 over Michael Yednak. Sanjin Pelovanovic up 7-2 over Brian DeKnight. Nathan Childress, 7-1 over Justice. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Carson Martinez up 5-3 currently over Andrew Finnegan. Johnny Archer trailing 4-1 over Nicholas Tan. 2-all in the score. Devin to break here in rack number 5. All right. No great starting position for Demetrius. Got a couple of options. He can lay the cue on the bottom rail towards the left. But that gives Devin a lot of opportunity to put himself behind that wall of 3 balls. So it looks like he is going to attempt to play it, put it down. Maybe use the 3 as a little cover, just give Devin just a sliver of the ball. And use the 9 for the cover instead. Devin's got a portion of it, but the cue tracks towards the top left pocket. Looking to thin the ball, put it towards the 7. He gets it there. Look at the overhead, though. He left him right in the channel. Pretty much the only place there he can leave it so that Demetrius can make contact. Demetrius might have a little bit of the 7 in the way. He does. He goes back to get his jump cue. From that angle there, it looked like he had pretty much a clean shot at the 1, but he does not. Banks to 1. 1 comes across the table. A little bit of an off-angle shot. Devin shooting from the rail. It'd be hard to control the cue ball with any kind of an English. I'll have to elevate the back of the cue. Devin going all defense. No, tries to play the 9. Stops the cue behind the 3. 1 ball up table. Devin's going to have to kind of follow the same path to make contact with the 1. Look to come maybe a little bit to the right. If he can get full contact on the one with a slight spin, might be able to get the cue to get in a favorable position. Goes into a full with a spin. One comes down the table. And our 2 o'clock match coming up here on the main table. A lot of the players, top WNT players, caught a first round bye in this. So 2 o'clock, we're going to have Brandon Schuff. We'll be playing Pierre Francesco Garcia from Italy on this table. And then our 4 o'clock round will be Christopher Tevez from Peru versus Dean Shields. That should be a really good matchup. It's going to be loud in the room on that one. Christopher Tevez, sponsored player here at Classic Billiards. Crowd here loves him. Devin from behind the one gets the 3 up table. Both players kind of playing a defensive battle here. Seeing who makes the first mistake. We have a final over on table 11. Sanjin Pelovanovic has defeated Brian DeKnight with a score of 9-2. Looks like Nathan Childress is on the hill 8-2 against Justice. I believe I'm pronouncing that name right. I'll have to speak to the young man after his match. All right, again, both players trading shots back and forth. Demetrius jumping over the 3, wants to make full contact with this one. Catches the edge. He might get to a favorable position. Now Devin will have a clean shot at the one. A little bit of a back cut. He'll have to let the cue ball roll a little bit. Devin opts for the safety again. It'd be easy to make the 1, but getting good position on the 2 could be tough. I'll opt for another safety play. I believe Demetrius is just going to come to the table with his jump cue. He is. Oh, just misses making it in the corner pocket. Q coming down table. Sitting on the bottom rail. One could go to the corner. It's a steep cut in the side pocket. The problem with the one in the corner is you still leave yourself a tough shot on the two because your cut angle is going to be tight. All right, Devin on the one ball. Safety again, not really taking any major chances. This ball does leak out. Demetrius has a clear shot at the one. Cue ball tracks towards the 9 if he doesn't put any kind of English on it, just a regular tangent line. Problem being, if he hooks the cue into the right rail, 8 balls in the way, he could potentially clip the 8. Looking at the left angle, he's got a piece of it to get to the 1. Or, I'm sorry, a piece of it to get to the side pocket on the 1. Want to play a low ball and dig into it so he can get the cue to come up to the top rail. Gonna hit it right around the middle diamond if he can. Does not, but going to get over. It seems to be for the time being. Devin has won the safety battle. Can now get himself in line. All right, he wants to avoid, obviously, hitting the 3 balls on the right side of the table. He's being a little cautious. Gets a favorable bump off the 5. It's not going to do good for him. Cue's going to land behind the 4. I would have thought he would have put a little inside kill on that. The 4 goes clean to the corner, it looks like. Let me check. Yeah, the 4 would have went clean to the corner. All right, Devin going to go over top. All comes around the table. 4 sits in the spot. Now the 5 and 6 are tough. Check the side angle. Might be able to come into it from the side angle here. He comes up 2 rails. He should have a shot clean. Check that side angle again. Whoa. It's not where I want the camera. Cuts the 5 in. Back over for the 6. Six and 7 should go in the same pocket. Just be able to punch it over. All right, punches it over 9. And 8 are waiting on the other end of the table for him. Just a little bit of an outside draw coming off the right rail. Should spin him right toward the center of the table. All right, 8 to the corner, 9 in the same pocket. Looks like we're going to have a 3-2 lead. Demetrius Lakatos currently over Devin Petit. All right, 3-2, Demetrius Sakatis over Devin Petit. Going into rack number 6. Got the 1 in the side on that break. 2 ball kicks the 7 up into the corner also. Three into the 5. Combination 2 into the side pocket. Demetrius has some work he can do here. All right, 3 into the corner. Let's look at the overhead. These shots are not easy to move the rock, especially with the cue ball only being an inch or so off the rail. Did the best he could with the situation. Whoa. Sorry about that, guys. Wound up a little bit behind the 9-ball. He's not going to have a lot to do with it here. Gets a rub off the 6. Cue coming down table. Cue ball got away from a little bit. 6 ball in a corner pocket. Demetrius will play the 8 and just look to spin the cue ball. Could also use the right side rail here, just draw right back into it. Has a couple different options to get himself on that 9. He just spins up table. Looking to take a 4-2 lead here in a moment. All right, 4-2 here on the score. Devin Petit trailing by 2.
Hello guys, I'm Fedor Gorst and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
All right, 4-2 on the score. A couple interesting matches coming up later on in the event. We'll kind of see where the players start to fall in this event. 32 will go on to the second stage, single elimination. As we narrow the field, of course, down to 1. And after this event, of course, everybody's heading to the Florida Open. If you have not been to the Florida Open, it's such a good venue over there at the Caribe Royale. All right, rack 7. Caught us to break. One ball hung up in the side. And 2 spun its way down to the bottom corner. Look at where the cue landed. Going to be a little tough for him. Get ourselves in there a little bit. Got a little bounce. He might just be playing a push off the break here. Not a lot for him to go with. Lakatos put the ball on the bottom rail. Demetrius is very calculated. A lot of his moves are precise. You know, doesn't look like a lot of wasted energy. Devin will play off the edge on the 1, trying to bring the cue 3 rails back down below the 5 ball. And he gets it there. Good shot by Devin Petit. Good contact made. Tap on the table from Devin. One ball. Can track to the top. I'm expecting Demetrius to play a safety here, especially with the 4 and 5. Just play the edge. Put the one ball all the way back down table. If it doesn't hit the 1, or I'm sorry, it doesn't hit the 4, it did. But if it didn't hit the 4, that was going to be a really tough leave for Devin Petit. Place the edge. Demetrius has the 1. If he can get himself over for the 4, it becomes an interesting rack on the balls. He's got to play the 1, obviously, then the 3, but he's got to be good angle on the 4. If he runs into these 3 balls, opens them up a little bit. Opts to just take the long shot on the 3. He's going to wave his hand on that one. Got a little fortune on the leave. 3 ball up table. Q behind the 6 and the 9. Devin going back to get the jump Q. Good contact, but Q's coming around the table. 3 towards the pocket. Demetrius will have the 3. Got to position himself for the 4, especially with the 5 in the way. I like a high ball here. High left on the cue. Just come around in 3 rails. Left rail bottom. And the right rail. I could even play it in the side if he goes short. He opts for 2. Just totally fine. He can play the 4 to the top right pocket. Just pull the cue ball back. Yes or no? Here's where the, let's see, 6 ball is clear, so 6 ball should be able to go in the bottom corner. But I would assume he would want to be above the 6, using the bottom rail for movement. He can just move the cue to the bottom rail, come back up for the 7. You'll see here on our right side camera. Now he's got movement for the 6 ball. He just play the 6 to the corner. Either high ball coming off the bottom rail, or he can come forward 2 rails, bottom rail, right side rail, back over for the 7. Draws instead. 1 rail back up for the 7. It's pretty straight on it. All right. Demetrius with the 7 in the corner draws for the 9 to the bottom left. And they'll look to take a 3-game lead here in the race to 9. All right, we have 5-2 here on the score. Demetrius Lakatos over Devin Petit. At rack number 8, Lakatos with a 3-game lead. All right, nothing on the break. Devin up to the table. Look for him just to bank the 1, slide the cue just a little bit to the side. Uses the 6 for coverage. Cue ball comes, I'm sorry, 1 ball comes down table. The 3 balls in the way for Lacatus. I'm going to go 2 rails here. Left rail, bottom rail. Now 1 rail into works also. Referee Estel. Right there as close as you can see to make sure that no contact was made with any other balls. This is an all ball fouls event, of course. All matchup events are. Devin onto the 1, jumps it. Plays to the right side of it. He's going to land in a good spot for him. Now Demetrius up the table with his jump cue. Both players trading a lot of jump cues back and forth in this matchup. Good shot by Demetrius. Check here on our Classic Billiards. Classic replay. Two ball goes to the corner, looking to come off the right side rail. All right, 3's in the top left. Look at the track of the cue. The cue will probably hit up right up around the 3rd diamond on the right-hand side if he just cuts it with high right. Does not want to come down too far, though. He wants to stay good for the 4 and the 5, both in the same pocket. That's good speed on it. He could also roll the 4 in, give himself an angle for the 5 to the bottom right. So he holds the line on the 5, so this way he can play the 5 with natural spin, coming 2 rails around. Pretty clean there. He gets on the 6, playing the 6 and the 7 both in the same pocket. Now with the 7, he'll play the 7 into the corner. Just looking to spin the cue. He's actually going to draw here. Nice short, compact stroke from Demetrius. He likes strolling the ball. It seems like a lot of positions around the table. Trusting his stroke to where he wants to get the cue ball. Back around onto the 5. Demetrius is going to take a 4-game lead when he pots this 9-ball into the bottom right. All right, we have 6-2 on the score.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. It doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
All right, 6-2 on the score. Demetrius Lakatos. All right, beginning of rack number 9. One ball in the side pocket. 2 dresses up right to the corner. All right, 2-ball corner pocket. Gonna come off the top rail. Wants to come down for the 3 to the bottom left. Demetrius uses the cue ball, moves it around a little bit. Sometimes you'll see a shot here where it's almost like a drag. He'll drag the ball off the bottom rail to the right and back over for the 4 in the same pocket. All right, 4 ball to the corner. Combination is here. We play the combination 5 to the 8. Five, 8 into the corner. Cue ball comes out. 5 sits there. It's going to be good for Demetrius. He'll just play it, come up 1 rail for the 6 to the top right. Pretty elementary here. 6 ball to the corner, 7 waiting on the opposite end. Here's the 9 ball, looking to give himself a 5-game lead. All right, 7 ball down to the bottom corner. I'm just going to play low on the cue ball. We'll bring the cue ball across table for the 9. I'm going to play the 9 in the same pocket. All right, 7-2 on the score. Let's take a look at some of the scores for this event. Matches you see there with the 0-0. They have not started yet. That's the 2 o'clock round. Players are just getting called to their tables now. Leftovers here from the 12 o'clock round. Tokop trailing by 1 on Anthony Maglino. Walter Lakery up 8-5 over Mustafa Alnar. Julio Burgos 7-5 currently over George Antonakis. And our matchup here, Demetrius Lakatos 7-2 currently over Devin Petit from Arkansas. One ball kicked, but does not go down. Open table for Devin. Got a good opportunity. I think he thought Demetrius made a ball. Two ball to the 3. Should be pretty simple here. You can just play the 2 to the corner. He might want to put a little spin coming off the top rail to use the left side rail to slow down. All right, 3 ball right there for the corner. This might be a tic-tac-toe type of rack here for Devin. Just play the 3 and 4, waiting 5 side pocket. Devin looking at the shot. Wouldn't say he's being overly cautious, but at this point, looking at the score, he knows he has to pinpoint his shots. Everything has to be accurate from here. Does not want to cost himself another rack. Oh, Devin misses the 5 in the side pocket. Tough opening round here for Devin. Devin plays very strong. Not to take anything away from Mr. Licatos, but Devin just having a couple unfortunate rolls going his way. We'll look to kind of fix them in the next matchup. Sorry, folks. Three balls here for Demetrius. 4 balls, excuse me, and then CD8. Playing the 7 to the corner. Just bring the cue across the table for the 8. Kind of wipe its feet a little bit on the way in, but no harm, no foul. Demetrius has the 8 to the corner. Sorry, folks. It was just the loudest thunder crack I've ever heard in my life right outside of Classic Billiards. I think the entire room just jumped. All right, Demetrius looking to get himself onto the hill with this 9 ball. All right, we got a score here of 8-2.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
All right, rack number 11. Licatos in the lead, 8-2. All right, our next matchup here in the following round, I believe, is Pierre Francesco Garcia and Brandon Schuff, former Moscone player. One ball in the side pocket. No opening shot now for Demetrius. Calls the push out. Just going to push the cue towards the bottom right pocket. Might even use a little bit of the 3. He doesn't. He just decides to push it over to the rail. All right, Devin. Look at our side angles here. Devin, looking at that 2 ball. It's going to be real tough for him to get back. So he's giving it back to Demetrius. All right, Demetrius plays the 2 to the corner, makes the shot. Just had to opt to make the ball, so he's going to play safe, obviously, on the 3. I don't see any reason for him to deviate from his plans. Devin going over top of the 4 again into the 3 ball. Oof. Things are just not going Devin's way right now in this matchup. Three ball tight to the rail is going to be a little tough for him. He's just going to play the safe. Put the cue up table. What I mean by safe, I mean, obviously he's going to be able to hit the ball, but he's just going to leave him long distance. Almost like a containing safety. All right, 3 ball, that might be Devin's. If he gets on the 3, I'm sorry, if he gets on the 4 from here, that might be Devin's last shot of this match. Does not pocket the 3. It's going to be open for Devin, playing the 3 to the corner. All right, Licata's up to the table pretty wide open from here. I don't see any reason why he can't complete the rack. All right, 4 balls left here. 6 into the corner. I'll just look to maybe play 1 rail draw back up. Back up table for the 7 ball. He's going to get on the 7 for the top right. Put a little bit of inside English on this. Slide the cue forward when it comes off the rail, so it gives him a nice angle for the 8. All right, 2 balls left for him to complete this match. We're going to have our next match coming up in a few minutes after this. It's going to be Pierre Francesco Garcia versus Brandon Schuff. And I think the Freezer is going to be joining with me this next round. So guys, don't go anywhere. Just kind of stay around here. We'll be probably 5-10 minutes. So we'll play a few commercials. We'll see you in a little bit. Demetrius Lakatos has defeated Devin Petit with a score of 9-2 here in the opening round. And like I said, we'll be coming back here in a few moments. We'll talk to you soon, guys. Thanks a lot. All right, guys, we're getting started here. I have with me commentating this match is none other than Mr. David Bartosiak,
Yeah, buddy.
owner of the world famous Classic Billiards. Dave, how's it going, pal?
It's going. It is going, man. We are in full swing here early on in the tournament. It's already got some great matches that are coming up here really early, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a star-studded event.
It is. I was just tweeting about Maglino and Yap. Of course, got to represent the South Florida guy, right?
Yeah.
Maglino and Yap later, like 6 o'clock today, so I'm looking forward to that one. Right now we got Tony Robles and El Rio, Danny Ramirez on table 2. And what do we have here?
Brandon Schuff and Pier Francesco Garzia, buddy of mine from Italy. Really good guy.
Yeah, yesterday he was asking me where he can find some real food and some real coffee. And I said, well, hey, this is South Florida, my friend. So if you're talking about some strong coffee, trust me, we've got you sorted on that one. And we did. He was not disappointed. He's got his little espresso in those teeny little cups. A nice, strong Cuban coffee here. And he was happy. And he got the avocado toast.
Oh, the avocado.
He even got the
That's
avocado
clutch.
toast from First Watch. And he came back smiling. So let's see if that food settled well with him. So he's good to go.
Brandon Schuff from the Virginia area. I know Brandon very well. Former Moscone Cup player. Plays all disciplines very well. And just as I say that, Brandon misses the 2. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of stretching over the table, you know.
Brandon and I are good friends. He knows I'm ribbing him. These guys dead evenly matched based on the Fargo rating. But that doesn't matter here. And then WNT events, we're all playing even. Race to 9 in this tournament. 11 for stage 2 and 13 for the finals.
Got our went back to the tournament blue there, you know, for a while. After PLP, we kept the shark gray there. Now we're back. Back with the Simonis, baby. Big shout out to Ivan Lee.
Simonis coming through for Classic Billiards.
They always do.
And there, 3-ball to the corner for Pierre.
Oh man, both of these.
Yeah, a little rusty, both players in the beginning.
Yeah, well, you know, it is early on in the
Florida,
tournament.
it's the Florida weather, you know. Everybody's
You're
relaxed.
in the arena for the first time, right? A little different. It's not rowdy right now, not yet. But all eyes are on you, right? So
Yeah. If you've ever been down here to Classic Billiards, you know that it's a Moscone atmosphere every day, all day.
try to keep it that way. No snapping. None of that snapping on the side stuff.
It's reserved for golf.
Another one both
Brandon
ways.
misses the 4 in the side pocket.
They both got a little case of the yips.
Yes, sir.
But nothing to be nervous about. They'll settle in here. Let's get this first rack out of the way, and then it's off to the races.
All right, Pierre's going to play the 5 into the bottom corner, back up the table for the 6 to the top left. 7 and 8 are waiting for him. So it should be a pretty elementary run out. We're teaching Dave a little bit on the microphones here.
Yeah, I did push that mute button hard enough there. Sorry, my friends.
All right, 6 ball into the corner. Back cuts it slightly. It's going to rest around the middle of the table. Doesn't want to keep going. All right, he's got the 7 to the corner. A couple different ways he can just play inside English. Come off the left rail. Kind of scoot over.
Yeah, how close is that?
Very, very close. Check the overhead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's got room.
All right, 8 ball into the corner. Just come up 1 rail. Might even go forward 2 rails. Bottom rail to the right rail.
You know, not the prettiest first rack of the match, but getting it done. It's over. Rearview mirror.
All right, Pierre wins rack number 1.
Put a little emphasis on that one. A little bit of oomph, right?
Slab on the emphasis.
That's right. Go ahead and bring that QL back up table because that's where I'm going to need it anyway when I break.
Power. Precision. Prestige. Unleashing tour-level performance. Built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech. Inspired by Matchroom. The Nineball series.
All right, back here for rack number 2. I'll take that score for Pierre. 1-0. Brandon Schuff.
You know, I can test rank these mute buttons are stubborn.
Oh, the 9 ball almost got
Almost.
to the side.
9 ball. 1 ball. Oh, the cue ball almost followed the 1 ball in there.
Look here in the overhead break results. Or replay, I mean.
Look at who's chasing it. Cue
It's
ball
going.
chased it.
So, Dave, tell us about the Aramith Arena table here. Is it 4-inch pockets?
4-inch pockets, just just a shade under 4 of the way.
Yeah.
They measure straight from diamond. It's on that Aramith. I mean, with the Aramith tournament black balls and our someone is 860 HR and tournament blue.
This is the same table that Duan Kwok Hong won the PLP, correct?
It is the same table at which he famously won PLP. We covered and then poured champagne all over. I wouldn't do that again, would I?
I don't see why you wouldn't.
I don't know. Why would I do something like that?
You won't.
Huh. The risk that we took. Can you imagine? What if I got the chairs?
They make plastic.
To be fair, if you look in the arena, there may or may not be some spots up in the light where some champagne kind of settled.
It adds to the ambiance.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Pierre playing 2 into the corner. Q slides over for the 3. He's going to have to roll forward, I believe, at the 3, unless he feels he can draw the ball off the rail. Because if he stops where it's at, it might be a slight 8 ball might slightly be in the way there
I
from
think
the
you
look.
just go forward a little bit. It's the easier way to do it, right? It's not easy hitting all down these rails like that, especially these more narrow pockets. Kind of left it there.
Yeah, I was a little incorrect. He is good on the 4 ball. Should be able just to roll it in. I'll tell you, Dave, I'm not a pro player, but played in some good matches. When you're in the arena, it's just a different feeling.
It's very different. And you either react one of 2 ways, right? Either it amplifies your play and you step up, or you just fall apart. So I've had both instances happen to me. So our famous match, our famous Scotch doubles match, it didn't go so well for me. Missing straight in side pocket shots.
All right, Pierre's got to play the 5. Just punches off the top rail, gets himself right towards the center. 7 ball goes to the bottom left. And Pierre will play the 7 off the rail. I personally like going forward 2 rails, left rail, bottom rail.
Sure. That way you can cut that angle down nicely.
Guys, we have 4 tables streaming live here on the Billiard Sports Network on YouTube, and of course on Matchroom Pool. If you go to the Billiard Sports Network channel, you can look at tables. We call them tables 2, 3, and 4, but they're tables 2, 24, and 25 in the tournament. We'll get some information up on there for you so you can watch different matches. Only the main table has the commentary, though. Me and Dave, and then later on, the Freezer's going to come in and do some matches with us.
Oh, yeah. The sweet, silky, smooth voice of Scott Frost.
IQ over for the 9.
A little almost yo-yo drill action there.
In our chat room here, Dave, one of the comments says, Dave, you have single-handedly are the most valuable venue owner in all of pool across the country for pool players.
Oh, man, I appreciate that, man. Probably the dumbest one, too. But, yeah, you know, we just kind of, I don't know, we just want to do stuff that's fun and get the people engaged. And I feel if everybody's smiling, then we're doing something right? So let's just try to keep the momentum going and really, you know, I think what it's doing, it's and we built off of it too, right? Like I always talk about Rail Yard and how jealous I was looking at their arena or their TV table, and then I just wanted to put my little spin on it. And I think you're going to see other rooms all across the country, you know, doing it a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's the old adage, you know, steel sharpens steel. So if you have rooms that are setting the bar high, and then other rooms have to compete, so now they're going to raise their bar, and it just becomes not a competition, but more of a raising the bar and raising the status.
Sure, which is great.
And then ultimately, if every room starts doing that, then all the players.
And I think it even happens when you see a certain area, right? You know, if one room gets diamonds, right?
Oh. Almost got the golden 9. I'm sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, no, hey, I got excited about that too. Almost kicked it right in that side pocket. Ooh. You know, if one room in the area gets diamonds, or they start refelting more often, or they get the New Brunswicks or whatever, what have you, right? And then the other room in the area will be like, hey, man, you know, we got to kind of step it up and do this too. And it helps the game, because then all of a sudden you get 2, 3, 4 rooms all doing it.
Yeah.
And then the game just grows. So I think that's what's happening down here.
If everybody's doing it, then everybody's doing it.
Yeah. So, which is great.
And who wins in the end, though, is the players.
Players.
You know, the players win in the end when everybody is you know, firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, the players. And we've seen, you know, I mean, we've definitely seen the game grow, and just talking to other room owners and league operators and everybody across the country, I think they're seeing it. And oh, that's dirty.
Oh, Brandon Schuff gives him a nice safety shot.
That's dirty.
I have to look at the overhead. Brandon's got a big one pocket background, so his being able to stop the cue ball anywhere he wants and, you know, playing great safe is definitely part of his repertoire. All right, so look at this shot from Pierre. Might see a 3-railer into the back of the 2.
You almost got to copy the shot that
Copy the same path.
Let me try to get the same way. Get to the same place.
So you have what, 12? Right now we have what, 12 diamond tables here?
Right now,
for the event?
Today for the event,
14, correct?
we have 14 in the building right now. 14 9-footers in the building right now.
All 4-inch pockets.
Yeah. Keep it in nice and tight. which is great.
And
You
of
know,
course, for the league players, amateur players, we have the bar boxes also here. It's so
yeah, a ton of bar boxes, and it's funny because there's almost this. I'm going to say there's this elitist attitude surrounding. Look at this. He did it exactly.
yeah,
He
Garcia.
drew it up.
Night.
That is an instant classic right there. Look at that. Wow. Yeah. But I think Brandon can see it, can he?
You can come off the top rail, come into the two ball. Now, Brandon has to be careful. This is a WNT event, which means all ball fouls. So if anything touches any balls, shirt, clothing, hair, becomes ball in hand.
Yep.
All right, Pierre. This two ball should be able to just pocket it to the side pocket. Watch the cue ball spin here. Oh, does not spin enough. So Brandon has the two ball in the side pocket.
He's going to use that to jam loose those couple balls right there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 3 and the 4. They're not too wired, so he will have to kind of run into them. He's got to be careful he doesn't just nip the edge of the 3. There is still a possible scratch.
Oh,
Misses it completely.
missed it.
Watch out for that cue ball.
Decided he's having flashbacks. He's going right back into that corner where he played that safe.
There is some separation between the 3 and the 5, so Brandon could back cut the 3 a little bit and kind of straighten out the 5 for the pocket. And he does place the 3 into the 5. Dave, I heard rumors of a Spanish wing eating contest. Apparently, all the Spanish contingent
buddy.
that is here right now is very big on the wings.
I'm telling you, these guys are animals. They're tiny too. It's not like Jonas and David and Fran are giant humans, right? I mean, Fran's taller, right? Sure. But these guys come in, each one of them gets a chicken wrap, right? With whatever flavor that they want. I mean, those chicken wraps are not small, by the way. And then they order 20 wings and destroy them. And I'm like, dude, what is going on here?
Careful the side pocket, Brandon.
And then yesterday, Dave, what was that flavor? Well, that's the Dano.
We'll have to maybe on our socials have to put the wing eating contest.
Dude, I am all for chicken wing eating contest. What we should do, we should just cover up the match table, cover up the arena table, have everybody sit around and just start pounding them.
2,000 wings on top of the table.
That'd be fun.
Family style.
Yeah. I think you'd have to be eliminated first, right? Before. I don't know if you want to take that on. Or who knows, maybe it'll give them superpowers. We've never tried it before.
All right, Brandon draws the cue back to the left rail. We'll play the 9 down to the corner. And he's looking to get on the board to make the score 2-1. I think the gears in Dave's head are turning already. He's already on the phone writing notes to himself for that one.
I'm telling you.
2-1 on the score. Brandon Schuff over Pierre Francesco Garcia. We are in the first round here at Classic Billiards in Lauderhill, Florida, Broward County, minutes away from sunny Miami, Florida beaches.
Yeah, but what do you want to go there for? Just go straight east, Las Olas, You know, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, actually, my friend. Hollywood, Boardwalk. That's the place to be. You got Mamacitas, and I don't mean actual physical Mamacitas. I mean, there's a place there called Mamacitas. Although I'm sure there are a few Mamacitas out there as well. That's why they call me Poppy Dave, Frankie. No, but the Boardwalk's great. There's what's that called? Jimmy Buffett's thing, Margaritaville over there. Anytime you get a chance, if I'm going to do some bumming around beachside when I'm down here, that's where we go. That's the fun stuff.
All right, dry break from Brandon. Look for Pierre to play a safe here. Playing the one down table, putting the cue behind the behind the 3 if he can. He does. Cue ball lands next to the 7.
Oh, that's tough. You know, I'm thinking about this chicken wing eating contest now. I feel like if we threw $500 as a prize,
Get all the WNT.
90% of the room would do it.
All the WNT players on the chicken eating. Socials will blow up.
That'd be funny. You got to wear your uniform, though.
I think I'm going to take Nicholas Tan.
Yeah? Have you seen Tan put away some wings?
He's a little guy. I just think he's got the stomach for it.
I'm telling you, though. Fran could put him down, too.
Maybe
man.
Josh Filler. All that McDonald's he eats, he's used to the American food.
Josh definitely liked the wings.
That's a great hit by Brandon Schuff coming around the table. Having a little bit of fun here on the stream, but definitely got to pay attention here to these 2 great players that are shooting.
All right, guys, Frank's going to be back in just a second, so you're stuck with me, old Davy, baby.
Be good, sir. Be good.
There it is, 2-1. Now, unfortunately, you're not going to get all the fancy button pressing that Frank's does. You're just going to be stuck with me. But here, we're going to see if the Italian can fly. And he does, but the cue ball gets away from him, scratches in that bottom left corner. I don't know if I've ever seen Brandon Schuff jump up out of seat that quickly. I think he was excited about that. He knows he can go ahead and tie this thing up right here. Gonna start looking like one on the side. Just kind of let it naturally roll on for the 2. Nice and easy. Nothing touching nothing on this rack. I'm not sure if that 3 ball goes in the corner. We're going to see. I think he was trying to play it in the side. Oh, he could come all the way down this bottom right corner. Or bottom left corner. I guess he can go both ways here. Bottom right. And yeah, that's tough. Rattles that one. Unforgiving is what I would call this table. You know, it is South Florida, so it does get a bit humid no matter what we do. We have an AC system that pumps almost exclusively over the arena table, so it's nice and cold when you're under the lights there. But this is newer cloth, so it's not too humid in there. But on the fresh cloth, you think that you'd get a little love and that ball might slide on in there. I think just a touch too much pace rattled it out, but not a bad way to miss. Because now Garcia's got to go play it safe here. The full length of the table. I think he's about to get a safe right back. Feels like a little kick and stick action, but he's eyeballing this Nineball like, hey, I wonder if I can get a little creative here and knock this back on this way. I think you got a free shot at it, but you got to watch the speed on it. I think he can just tuck right next to that 9 and get that 3 ball down out of the way a little bit. Or he just went for it. Sometimes you just got to send it, especially when you're in the Aramith Arena, baby. Now he left that 3 ball all the way up table. 4's tucked on the rail there. But I think he's going to look and see if it'll get by there. Do I have to worry about knocking into it? I think it'll be all right. 5 balls up table 2. And then the rest is down here. So this is really the shot of the match right here, I think. See what he can do with it. Yeah, he definitely doesn't love it. A little bit of back and forth trying to figure out what he wants to do. I think if this was later on in the tournament, we'd be yelling extension right now. Cuts it. Cue ball all the way back down here. Down the table, but you shouldn't have too much problem with that 4. End up nice and easy on the 5 ball. Brandon's got to be a little bit frustrated with himself. Had that ball in hand and didn't take advantage. There's a little knock on the 8. He's fine on the 5. Got the green 6 all the way back down here. So a few long shots coming here. A little bit of back and forth. Not what you want to do when you're playing on a big, long, tight table, but at least the angles on these are nice. They're not the most difficult shots, even though they are long. So he's in pretty good shape here. Looking if that 8's going to go on the side without any problem. Looking at the 7, where he might put that. Taking a little extra time. Nothing wrong with that. Especially in a rack like this where, you know, it could have been a big momentum swing if Brandon would have finished it off there. And now you really want to kind of, even though it is early, sort of put the screws. He got a little, not exactly where he wanted to be on that 7. Overran it just a touch. Plays the safe. So, I guess being a touch cautious, which is fine. Again, this is an important rack, I think, even early on in the match. Brandon's hanging in there. Oh, and he a little too thin there. Didn't quite get it. That's all right. Shake it off. Get right off this rack. I'll tell you what, I would find a way to mess this up, but I'm a terrible pool player. So this lights out 1, 2, 3. And then we're on to the next one. Now we got Frankie back just in time to catch this 9 ball. It was a pivotal rack there, Frank.
Why does this say error? Why is my computer smoking? What did you touch?
Well, the gremlins. The gremlins.
We got 3-1 on the score. Dave, we found out our 6 o'clock match today.
Let me guess. Hang on. I got a couple. I got guesses.
Sure.
Wait, 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock?
6 p.m.
Okay, so I was reading the bracket, and I got the... I know there's a match with Honus that I want to see later.
Okay.
There's a match with Aloysius that I want to see later.
That's your matchup.
That's my match, Aloysius and Maglino.
Aloysius Yap and Anthony Maglino here in the Aramith Arena.
That's cool. That's a
at
good idea.
6 p.m. And then the side table match, table 2, or the second table, will be Dennis Hatch
And John Morrow.
and John Moore, 2 Classics players.
I like that.
Dennis, former Moscone Cup.
MVP.
Yes, MVP. I think the youngest MVP
At the time.
at the time, yes.
At the time. Joshua Filler. Let me know. Hey, Dave. I remember that time you were talking with Frank and you said that he was the youngest. Yeah, not anymore. It's like, oh, sorry, Josh.
I think Josh has every record almost beat from everybody.
So, hey, at least you know Josh watches. You know?
That's great, Josh.
Right?
Josh Filler watches BSN.
Yeah. He's got a lot of time on airplanes to kill. Rattles the 1 ball here. Brandon. I told him, Frankie, I wasn't going to be pressing any buttons.
And you didn't.
I didn't get it over to the chat. I said, you know what? Let me just sit over here in the corner where I belong.
All right, 1 ball in the corner pocket. Just sitting there.
Yep. You know, Frankie.
All right, I'm looking at this shot, Dave. So is Pierre. He's mapping out. This is interesting. He's going to the top rail. If you look at our left camera angle. Oh, okay.
That's why.
Yeah, that 6 looked from
That's
that
right.
angle, looked way more wide open. Well, maybe a little swerve around the 6. Let's watch the path of this cue ball. A little hard coming off the rail. Took a little bit of the spin away from the shot. Didn't give it time to establish itself. All right, ball in hand. Brandon show enough shuff.
You know, I'm trying to think if Megalodon has ever played in the arena. I don't know that he has.
I don't believe he has, no.
Maybe. He might have had a match for Ultimate Pool there. But I'm not sure.
I don't believe
Can't
so. I was
remember.
here for that. I'm not sure.
I can't remember. They're all running together.
That happens when you have so many successful tournaments in one spot.
Ha.
All right, Brandon Schuff. A nice draw.
The
off
low
the
bar
rail.
of success we got over here. Did the place burn down? No. Success. What's next, Frankie? I guess PLP, huh?
PLP next year, yeah.
Maybe.
Well, for us, I mean, we'll be going to
We're going to
Florida
Florida Open,
yeah.
baby. I'm excited to dip my toesies in the pool at the Caribe Royale. Have some fun in the sun.
Beautiful resort there, the Caribe
Oh, it's
Royale.
gorgeous. You know, it's only about an hour and a half away from my house.
It's
Closer than here.
27 and a half hour drive for me.
But, yeah, well,
4 hour,
If you
4 hour
drove-
plane ride.
if you drove faster, it'd be 26.
All right, Brandon making good work of this rack, playing the 7 in the side pocket.
Yeah, he's gonna get a little bit more dialed in here as this progresses. I think we saw him rattle a couple balls and just trying to adapt. He makes those adjustments, and then we're gonna have We're gonna have a ball game on our hands.
Brandon's been known to be like the come from behind kid. He'll be down in a match, 5-1, 7-3. Next thing you know, it's 7-7, and Brandon wins the match.
Yeah, very, very comfortable.
Yeah, definitely can't count him out.
There it is.
All right, Brandon takes down this rack. I'll make the score at 3-2. Let's see, we have some scores around the tournament, Dave.
Tony Robles out to a 4-2 lead over my boy Danny Ramirez, El Real. AJ Manis on the hill. How about Mauricio Garcia up 5-2 over Hank Leinen? I'm gonna try to pronounce Bisterbosch. Is that how he says it? Bisterbosch. That's right, Bisterbosch. Up on the hill over there with Jacob Parent. Now it's time for the break.
Nothing down on a break again. Dry break. 3 was tracking, but did not go.
The Weeble wobbled, but it never fell down.
Never falls down.
See, that's tough, man. That one ball in that side pocket like that is tough, but that's a nice two-way shot. Because you miss it, you had a little bit of coverage over here with the 8 and some of these other balls. And I feel like he hit it purposely with a little bit of oomph. So if he did miss it, that one ball would wind up much further down the table, as it has.
All right, kicking left side rail. Off the bottom rail. Into the 1, comes around the table.
Is that frozen? I don't think it is. You overlooked at it real quick, but he didn't bring the referee over.
You can check if you want.
Well, it's kind of frozen to me. Oh, look at you zooming in.
Not frozen.
Wow. Dang. I didn't even know our cameras are that cool. Wow. I better watch out walking around this room knowing that that's around here. You guys are going to zoom in on my ear hair or something.
Pierre can play the edge of it, though. He might actually send the 1 up table and hold the cue, but I like playing the back portion of the 1. Makes a good hit. 1 ball.
Can that 1 get past that 7?
Yeah, the 8 now tied closely with the 2 ball.
You got the other side of the 8, and then you got that 3s all tied up over there. Knocked it loose a little bit. Hit another one. The other it's like the cue ball's got a magnet on it or something. You're like, what's going on here? It's like, no, it's not the magnet. You're close.
Just cue ball, Dave, right behind the 6. Great shot by Brandon Schuff. Watch this safety.
Wow. Like he picked it up and dropped it there.
Two rails. Actually, I was going to hit the. If he can, he's going to hit the second rail at the same time as the 3. Now it goes into it full.
Still all right at the whole table there. You might be able to listen. I've seen people cut these before many times. Got behind that 6 again. 6 is his friend.
Yeah, he's been putting it there a few times.
Wow. Oh, he's going for the cheese. He said, you know what? Had the avocado toast yesterday. He's going for the cheese today. Just
Does not
missed.
get it.
Just missed. Yeah, sold out a little bit there.
Yeah, he did. Brandon's got an opportunity here to tie this game up.
He's gonna cut this forward of these pesky side pockets that we have here.
You should be able to make it down there.
Good on the 5 now here. When he ties this thing up, you should be feeling pretty good after, having ball in hand in rack 4, not being able to bring it home and tie it up.
All right, Brandon playing the 6. Give it another go. Over for the 7 ball to top right pocket. Brandon wanted to get over a little bit more on that.
Sure. I don't think he's too worried about it, though.
Yeah, we'll have to cut the 8. he's feeling a stroke, he'll go to the left pocket and just play the easy shot on a 9. But he's going to play the 8 to the corner. Just going to kind of draw the cue, pass the 9. He does. That looks like Brandon Schuff.
I'm going to tie it all up here. It's great.
Brandon Schuff ties it up, makes the score 3-3.
3-3.
All right.
Hey, I'm getting better at this muting thing.
Sometimes technology gets stuck. We just had to do a little quick reset on the scoreboard.
Tell the truth, we had to get a bigger hammer.
Yeah, that's true.
Pound that thing.
Pierre misses.
You know, when
that
you got
three.
a little close to that 3 ball, and I was just about to say, I hate it when I get that close to the balls like that. Because you think you got the cut on it, but because you're so close, you got to adjust for it. And sometimes that happens. Because now you've taken that window and just made it so thin, such a small aiming point that you got to go for. And the margin for error is, man, razor thin.
Here's where Brandon excels. When you make the mistake, Brandon punishes you for it. A little bit of a tough shot here. Brandon will play I say tough shot, not the easiest, but he's just going to draw up table. But it's very easy to get the shot out of position.
And right on
Sort of
top
like
of it
that.
again. Frank, is that one of those things right when you hit it, you go, oh, man. Here it is.
Sometimes you know it right from the start. He's close on that one too, Dave. Look at it.
Thanks.
Real close. Oop.
Play a little safe here. Shoot away
Yeah, he's
from
gonna
it.
have
Leave it
to play
all the way down the
safe.
table.
Spin the cue all the way down table. Like you're saying, it's a great shot. Calling double hit foul.
Oh, wow.
Brandon called the before Jose even made the call. Who's our referee? Jose Burgos. Brandon called the foul on himself. Very respectable.
Giving me Moscone flashbacks. Orlando. Mickey Krause, his famed mea culpa.
He called the foul on himself.
I got to tell you, after I saw that, my respect level went through the roof for Mickey.
Yeah.
Just instantly.
Mickey's a great guy.
I haven't seen him yet.
He's here.
But he's here.
Playing his match, right?
He's in it, huh?
Yeah, he came in last night, too.
Oh, where the heck was I?
He had just left.
Of course.
Told you, you can't leave here. Anything, then you get
That's
a
the problem,
severe
though.
case of FOMO if you leave here.
Blame my wife. She had to go. Wanted to go home. Honestly, I was ready to go home, Frank.
We were all done.
We were all cooked. Honestly, you know what? I'll just go ahead. Yesterday was the stressful day.
Yeah, today's the fun day.
The rest of it's fun.
Yeah, today's the fun day. You got to watch all the great players play.
Yeah, it's just the setup for it. That's what takes more. Ooh, that got way closer to that side
Yeah,
pocket
got
than I
a little
like.
closer than he wanted.
Yeah. And now you gotta.
I like the bottom left.
In-betweener.
Yeah.
In-betweener angle on this, but it'll be all right.
Yeah, the bottom left, he should be okay. Just fire it in. Draw the cue to the rail.
Missed it.
Missed the shot. Cue ball comes around. Brandon is going to look to take the lead with this shot and make the score 4-3 in favor of Brandon Schuff. We got 4-3 on the score. Brandon Schuff over Pierre Francesco Garcia.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
I think drills are very important, Dave. So I actually really like Moonlighting products. It makes the drill setup easier and simple. A lot of times players always tell me that they don't want to continue doing drills because they have to keep setting the balls up. And it requires a lot of, not called effort, but, you know, they have to just continuously monotonous thing. One thing I like about the Moonlighting billiards drill, excuse me, the drill products that they have, drill partner products.
Yeah.
Makes everything a lot quicker. All right, rack number 8, Brandon Schuff.
That's one of the cool behind the scenes things that you guys unfortunately don't get to see when you're at home. Like yesterday and the day before, Don Kwok Long is here. He just lines up probably about, 5 balls in a line off the first, maybe middle diamond. And then does it on the other side too. And it's just cutting the balls and then just bringing all the way down just to get perfectly on this ball. Back and forth. Just perfect to get the speed. And I mean perfect.
Speaking of speed, Brandon just broke that rack, 15.18 miles an hour, courtesy of our friends over there at Break Demon.
No. That's not that hard. 15? Plays it safe there. Even a lot of length, a lot of table between Pierre Francisco and the 2 ball. Gonna go rail first and show us something here.
Yeah, I like the rail first, playing the 2 into the corner. Got to get around the 8-ball just a little bit. Oh, hit the point. Comes out of the pocket. Comes down to the other end of the table.
That's not what I call them.
Yeah. This is a family-friendly stream, sir.
What's more family friendly than that?
All right, Brandon shove. You might see Brandon cross over this 2, putting the 2 towards the 4 and the 3, bringing the cue ball back up table. I just want to check our right angle for a second. No, I don't know if he has enough of it, Dave. So he's going to come across the face of it.
So anything you could do, I could do better type stuff going on over here.
I like it. Makes the ball, but scratches. That will be ball in hand for Pierre Francesco Garcia. Spent a lot of time with him last year, actually, on the circuit. He had a couple of the tournaments in America, and then, of course, U.S. Open. He's from Naples, over in Italy.
Yeah.
Currently lives in Bologna, Italy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bologna's it's up north, right? North central-ish.
I think when I asked him, I think he said he was 6'6".
Yeah, he's tall. He probably didn't say 6'6", though. He probably said it in meters.
Yeah.
2.12
2.14 meters.
or whatever. I was talking to Kachi yesterday, big Kachi, and it's like, yeah, his room's nice size. How many square meters? So I said, bro, I said, I can't tell you it in whatever commie language you want me to say. Just kidding.
Oh, man. Never know what you're going to hear here at Classic Billiards.
So it's 9,300 American square feet, though. He started laughing. We did find out that was like 463 square meters. Something like
Big
that.
Koch actually has a really good sense of humor.
Oh, yeah. You have to have a good sense of humor to play this game. Oh, 864. 864.
All right, Pierre going to play the 8. Should play the 8 and the 9 in the same pocket to tie it up 4-4. Dave, tell us about the chairs. We've had a few people that have been asking about them.
The thrones?
The thrones.
So there was no way on earth that we were going to do an arena. And I'm sure you guys have seen all the graphics all along the side of the arena and the sort of the colorful pops. And even here behind us in the commentary booth, we got all sorts of characters and stuff going on. There's no way we're going to do all that and put a couple folding chairs in the corner of this thing. So we scoured the internet far and wide,
Combed the desert,
and came up with a place that sells them out of Brooklyn, actually. And they have all these chairs, and of course we couldn't just buy one that they had already. We had to customize it for us. So hey, listen, make it black, and then like blue velvet on one, and the pink velvet on the other. And that's how the chairs became the thrones. So you get 2 thrones, one in the thug pink, as we like to call it here, and the other one in sky blue, which is nice. It's I think it really sets off the room, Frank.
Yeah, we're on a player break here right now, Dave. Give the fans a little bit of a look here at the arena.
Yeah, we're gonna get these TVs sorted properly later on.
Got the classic billiards.
Check out you got the bikini shots.
This
The
is
AI bikini shots. You got
this is Jerry, the mascot
the
of Classic
flamingo.
Billiards.
You got some AI ladies. You got some other
course.
flamingos.
You know, the Davy Baby head.
You got the famed Davy Baby head. So I'm sure you guys have seen maybe you've seen my stickers in various pool halls all around the country.
You want to tell them about the contest?
They can wind up anywhere. Yes, guys. We've had this contest going for a while. You take the Davy Baby sticker,
Anytime you're at Classic Billiards, you can ask for Davy Baby stickers.
or
and
we
you-
just give them to you, too.
and they'll mail them
You've
to
seen
you or whatever. They'll give them
seen
to you.
And stick them up. Stick them on a person, the most famous person you can find. Take a picture with them. Tag us on Instagram. At the end of the year, the single most famous person, who we judge as the most famous person, right?
Yes, you and I make the.
We're
make
the
call.
judges.
Yep.
We are the judges. You stuck the most famous person and posted it on Instagram and tagged us. I will give you $1,000 US. $1,000. Whoever gets the most famous person. People are like, well, what do you mean? I can do. What if I got Barack Obama? I said that would be a very
That would
famous
be a
person.
very famous
Yes.
person.
Let's see it. I've heard a lot of people saying what they're gonna do.
Messi would be a great, very famous person.
Hey, a lot of people tell me what they're gonna do, but there have been some additions, but we haven't seen the big ones yet. So, it's still the contest is still very much wide open, as they say. And you never know. Maybe the person you didn't think was that famous just happens to be the most famous one that got tagged.
Yeah.
They used to do a fishing competition up by where we used to go in the summer sometimes. Lake Como, not the one in Italy, where Garcia is from, but Lake Como in southeastern Wisconsin. And there was a fishing contest, and this kid caught like a couple of tiny little bluegill. Like, I'm not even going to show the judges. We're like, no, you should. He won the contest on 2 small bluegill because the fish weren't biting that day.
Wow.
So you never know.
What's the joke, Wayne Gretzky? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Speaking of shots, we're at the table now with Brandon. He's got a ball in hand for his shots. 1 to the corner, 2 on the opposite end of the table. See Brandon playing the 1. Look to maybe just come 2 rails backwards. A little harder than he may have wanted, but he's going to be okay. He'll have a shot on the 2 ball.
Two guys are going toe to toe here, duking it out.
That's exactly what we like here at Classics.
A little bit of back and forth.
I've had a few people just been texting me last few minutes asking me who's playing this afternoon, what matches. So at 6 o'clock, we're going to have Aloysius Yap versus Anthony Maglino, the #1 player in Florida. And at 8 o'clock tonight, we're going to have Jonas versus Gerson Martinez
Yup.
in the ring here.
Flashing a couple classics badges there.
We expect big numbers for that one.
That'll be fun.
You can tune in free here to the Billiard Sports Network on YouTube and also Matchroom Pool. Shout out to Matchroom Pool for allowing Billiard Sports Network to produce another exciting event for them. All right, Brandon will be able to play the 4 down to the bottom right. Just wants to hold the cue. Play the 5 in the same pocket. I think that's going to be a good one tonight with Gerson and Jonas, especially with Freezer commentating that one. He's going to definitely be able to give us a lot of insight on what the players are thinking, the nuances of the shots.
That's going to be a fun one. We got to, we're going to When I get out of this booth, I'm going to send up the bat signal and start telling people about what's happening today.
Yeah.
Because that's some good stuff.
You know what I might do? I might let you and Freezer do the match tonight, and maybe me and Danny El Rio might do a Spanish broadcast.
That would be, listen,
For
Not
all the
being
Peruvians
that,
and all the Spanish players that
gotta-
follow both of these guys.
you can dial
Give them
in.
some love.
So we can dial in Creador. Telling you, we got our feelers out there. We got our ear to the streets. Doesn't matter where you're at. We got pool fans in Antarctica.
Brandon back for the 8-ball. Should be able to play the 8 to the corner. I just like Brandon to draw this a few inches backwards. He does not miss the 8-ball. Pierre has a good chance. Brandon not happy with himself and missing that one. I like what Pierre's doing here. I'm not going to call it mind games. Brandon just missed a shot that he wasn't happy about. Pierre's taking a few seconds, collecting himself.
Sure.
Maybe a little gamesmanship, letting Brandon stew a little bit. Plays the safe.
Oh,
Too much.
out a little
Brandon,
bit.
Brandon will get back to the table with a clear shot. Knowing Brandon's background, I would never leave Brandon bank shots.
Yeah. Well, he's got one here.
Well, backup table. Everybody that's watching at home in the chat there, let us know where you're watching from.
I think we got a little international flavor today.
We do.
Frankie's getting international over here. Who's gonna kick it? Got a piece of it. And left them long, but very makeable shot here.
Yeah, I like Brandon. I'm sorry, I like Pierre to be the favorite to make this.
Yeah.
Got a lot of locals that said they're watching, Dave. Why are they watching instead of being here in the arena, sitting here?
Because they're at work, man. You know?
So we'll expect them for the 6 o'clock match.
Yeah, trust
Okay.
me. I think so. Just tell your boss, hey, listen, man, I got a fever, and the only cure is more pool.
More bank shots.
Rattled it,
No.
left a hanger. Brandon will say, is this Christmas in July?
And a couple of mistakes from Pierre. Actually, a couple of mistakes from both players changing the outcome. Brandon drills it out just a little further than he'd like. Brandon misses the 9-ball.
You got kidding me. Wow.
Looks like both players are having a little trouble here in mid-rack. Might see Brandon take his break. All right, Pierre pockets the 9, takes a 5-4 lead here in a race to 9.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the Nineball series.
All right, rack number 10. Pierre Francesco Garcia in the lead with a score of 5-4. .06 on the Break Demon Break Radar. 1 ball in the side pocket. Look where that cue lands up, behind the 4. Tough action from the beginning there after making the 1 in the side. Pierre jacking up a little bit. Let's see what he's got on this one. Oh, catches the 4 on the way out. Ball in hand. Maybe it's a Brandon Schuff. Brandon sponsored by Universal Cues. Bruising Cues in Maryland. A little nice pool room. Really takes care of their players. I believe Town Billiards is one of Brandon's sponsors. Starting to get a little chilly here in the commentating booth. So I think the freezer is on his way. Gonna come into the next match. Brandon going to go over top of the 5-ball. Kind of got himself in a little bit of a tough position after the 2. Glued the cue to the 7, or closely glued it to the 7. Let's see the overhead.
Oh yeah, that's up there.
All right, Pierre's going to come off the right side rail.
I'm trying to kick at this one.
I'd say he's going to have to put about a tip, maybe about a tip, maybe a tip and a quarter of right-hand spin. Makes contact.
No, good hit.
Where's the 3 going?
Yeah. Peek out a little bit.
Brandon. The back cut to the bottom left. Cue ball gets a little squirrely, goes around the table. Brandon, with his banking background, might take on the bank to the side pocket. Brandon does not make the 3. Watch the cue, though.
Is he behind? Did he manage to tuck him behind that 4?
I'm not sure. Let's check the left angle.
I mean, I don't think he would have been happy with that if he made the 3 ball.
No, 4 would have been a tough shot for him. Would have had to come across.
Is that? It's a whoops safety right there. You can see it still, but I don't think he's going to be making this one. Where are we playing a safe, Frankie?
I don't know if Brandon's playing the safe.
Is he gunning for it?
Because,
Cut it off.
because of
Rail
his
first?
well, because of his banking background, it's very. You look at a lot of shots that Brandon lines up for, and you would think that he's going to go for the safe shot. Now, he's shaking his head right now, so I'd say most likely going for the safe. But Brandon's one of those guys that could hit you with offense from anywhere. Had the 9 moving. This is the first event of 6 here in the... Sorry, 5 here in the U.S.
Sure. It's here.
It's
Florida.
here, Florida.
Arizona. Phoenix.
Phoenix. U.S.
US
Open.
Open.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. WNT's got them lined up, which is good. I think that's great. You know? Get them all over. You know, we've got international representation here. You know, a lot of the Asian players loved it because they're like, hey, we can come over, we can get over our jet lag, you know, knocking around over here, maybe have a chance to win something, and then head on up to Disney. Go up to the Caribe Royale in Orlando.
Yeah, we made every effort, too, on the bracket to make sure that it was player-friendly. You know, players, we didn't start so early in the morning.
Sure.
You know, originally we were scheduled for 10. We were looking at the bracket and everything. We said, you know what, we can give these guys an extra 2 hours.
Yeah, why not?
And then we made it to where they get a little extra 2 hours every day. Winners qualification kind of gives you a little something. They get Friday off.
Yeah, that's nice.
My B-side gets to kind of hash it out.
It's very nice.
So we're hoping that the players, obviously, they're going to be coming back. They love the room. What's the old adage? They take care of the players and they'll take care of you, right?
Yeah. Same way with employees. Same way with most people. The golden rule. Treat others how you want to be treated, Frankie.
Pierre hits the 3. Want to stop in a good position for Brandon.
So we got the 6 o'clock and the 8 o'clock. Do we have the 4 o'clock?
Let's tell you what the 4 o'clock is, good sir. I believe our 4 o'clock match. If you'd like to go take a look at the bracket, you can go to digitalpool.com and go to tournaments and type in Vice City. Our 4 o'clock matchup will be Dean Shields and Christopher Tevez.
Oh, Debo.
It's going to be a good
Debu's gonna
matchup.
be in the main arena.
A lot of people, especially in the U.S., are starting to know who Debo is, but he doesn't play a lot of big events. He's starting to now. From Peru, also known as Christopher Tevez.
Yeah, he's running this whole U.S. slate along with Gerson Martinez. So this is gonna be their coming out party.
Dean Shields from across the pond is a real strong player. A real great stroke.
I will say that last year at the River City Open, Debo was runner-up.
It was a coming out party. Yeah, he played against Jesus Atencio.
Yeah, that was a great match. I think didn't Debo took down Torsten Holman, I believe,
He did.
in the semis.
And to get to the finals. There were a lot of people, you know, you and I have a lot of friends in the pool world, and there's a lot of people that were texting us that day didn't know. They were asking us, who is this kid that's just knocked off Torsten Holman?
Yeah.
Brandon Schuff just scratched on the 8 while getting to the 9. That's going to be ball in hand for Pierre Francesco Garcia. 6-4 we have here on the score. You know, if you follow a lot of pool, we're talking about the 4 o'clock match. You know, if you follow a lot of pool, Dean Shields plays in the GB9 over in England. And it's like a really good tour over there for some really high-end players. And starting to see some of those players come out on the tour and play with, you know, some of the big guns. I don't think the people realize how well those players play.
Yeah, you know, I'm liking this whole U.S. UK mix that we're seeing in pool now. Even, you know, on the bar box tables, you see these guys duking it out over here a lot.
I mean, you've seen guys over there like Darren Appleton playing in those. Imran Majad plays in them. JJ Full, one of my good buddies from South Africa, plays in them. Joe Prince, one of our favorite people.
Yeah, Joey. Shout out to Joe Prince.
Benji Buckley from this area.
Sure.
He plays in them too.
Benji was going to be here, right? But I don't know if I saw him
unfortunately,
on
I think it was a conflict issue. He wasn't able to be here.
We'll see him next week, maybe.
Good buddy Sam Jones is associated with that. Great streamer over there in the UK. Brandon going over top. Look at this shot by Brandon Schuff. Brandon on the 2-ball. 2-ball to the corner. Should just draw and play the 3 to the same pocket. Oh, we miscued on that one, Dave.
Yeah, you sure did.
Heard it up here.
You put some stank on that one.
Good.
And it just went awry.
Made a good hit, just miscued on the shot. I think Brandon's going to want that one back. I saw a little bit of movement in his shoulder. It may have dipped his cue. All right, 3-ball into the corner. I like the way he played that shot coming out across for the 4. Well, here's where the stroke comes in. Does he go forward, Dave, or is he going to just draw backwards? I like to draw backwards. Yeah. Sometimes you see the players though, if they're really kind of their strokes feeling on that day, they'll do the force, go forward.
Sure.
After this rack, we'll give you an update on some of the scores from around the tournament. All right, Pierre's playing the 5 in the corner. I'll let the cue should float down between the 6 and the 8. It runs into the 6 instead.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
That one's a little tough, Davey baby.
Yikes.
I want to get into this one real close.
That looked good to me.
Good hit.
Nice little safe.
All right, 2 rails, Brandon. Bottom rail to the left rail. A little wild on that swing. Cue ball. A little quick. All right, Pierre looking to extend his lead. There's 4 balls here to play in. 6, 7 should go in the same pocket. I can't believe I just said that. And then the 8 ball on the side.
He missed that by a half a diamond.
He did, yeah. Even if he made it, he was tough on a 7.
Use him straight in here. A little touch of an angle. It's kind of perfect what he wants.
All right, Brandon, 3 rails. I would thin this 3 rails, though, because you want to be able to, when you get to the 7, you almost want to be straight. Brandon decides to do 2.
Just went 2.
Good shot by Brandon controlling the cue ball. Play the 8 in the side pocket. 9-ball on the opposite side.
Keeping it close. 6-5 here.
All right, Dave, let's look at some scores from around the tournament.
You got it up.
Kenny who ends up 8-2 on Eric Cantrell. Our boy Mitch Jaffe from Classic Billiards.
He's ready to
About
rock.
Get in there with the bull, Jeffrey the Luna. Let's see if he can grab it by the horns.
Bergman up 3-1. Oh, Wolford's in the building.
Elliot Sanderson, the shouter, starting his match here in a few moments. All right, guys, Dave's got to step away for a few minutes. All right, rack number 12. Brandon put a little extra into that. Broke that rack. 18.32. That's supplied to us by our friends at Break Demon. All right, Pierre could come up with a kick and stick option. Kick from behind on the 1-ball, kick it down table. Don't forget, folks, we have 4 tables streaming on the Billiard Sports Network. We got a Billiard Sports Network on YouTube. And of course, with our friends here at Matchroom Pool, streaming on Matchroom also. It's great to be a part of the elite in our sport. Brandon checking that tip again. He's a little... If I remember correctly, I could be wrong. It's been a while since Brandon and I kind of talked about cues. I think Brandon used to shoot, or may still shoot, with like a semi-hard tip because of the action that he gets on the ball. All right, 1-ball does not go in. Hits the 4 towards the pocket. Oof. 4-inch pocket bites again. Brandon leaving the 4 in the corner. All right, 2. Draws around the table for the 3 into the corner pocket. Close to the 9, but he should be okay. Pierre jumped out a little pep in his step right now. Play the 4, 1 rail, 2 rails down for the 6. Or sorry, for the 5, so he can get position over for the 6. Pierre putting together a nice run here this rack, getting to the 8 ball. Three rails around for the 9. Pierre's going to play the 9 to the corner. He's going to take a 7-5 lead. Folks, who's going to the Florida Open? Well, we know Luis Yap's going to Florida Open. And so is most of the players from this event. I believe there may be a few limited spots available. If you're interested about getting in the tournament, check out matchyourpool.com. Or if you know me, you can reach out to me and I might be able to facilitate a spot for you in the tournament. All right, Peter Garza breaks the rack. A little slower that time, 17.05.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Bob?
Are you on mute?
All right, guys, apologies. I had to take a step away for a second. Freezer came in. We're just going over the next matchup, which is going to be Dean Shields and Christopher Tevez. So Freezer will be in for the next round. I'm going to finish this one out here. All right, 7-6 on the score. Brandon shuffle the break. Going into rack number 14. Brandon just misses the side pocket. 6-ball falls. Gives Brandon a clear shot on the one. 17.79 on the break. Gives him that little whip coming around the table. Brandon again with the miscue. I think Brandon will probably do some tip maintenance after this matchup. His stroke is pretty pure, pretty solid, so might be an equipment issue you might have to take a look at. All right, Pierre at the table. 1-2, not the easiest, not the hardest either. Just clears the 9, gets down for the 2-ball. Mr. Jose Burgos is going to replace the 2-ball. Very nice, thorough cleaning. Yeah, around the table, a little further than he wanted for the 3. Q is going to go excuse me, going away from the 3-ball towards the 4, but 8-ball in the way. Pierre parks the cue behind the 9-ball. Good hit by Brandon. All right, Pierre looking to get out of this rack and get himself on the hill. All right, Brandon battling. 6-ball to the corner. And Brandon misses. I'm sorry, I called it 6. 4-ball to the corner. His colors keep messing me up. A 4-ball to the corner. And Pierre will play the 4-ball to the top left. Slightly unfair how tall Pierre is. He could reach over the table without the extension, but looks like he's still going to need it anyway. All right, playing a 5-ball. Two rails here on the 7. We'll get him to the 8 to the top right pocket. right, Pierre. 8-ball to the corner. Watch that side. Oh, catches the point. We'll have the 9 to the bottom left. It looks like Pierre Francesco Garza is going to get to the hill first. And he is not going to get to the hill first. Brandon Schuff looks like we'll be tying this matchup up here at 7-7. That was a heartbreaker there for Pierre. All right, guys seem to have the same little bit of a technical difficulty with the score. Just give me a moment here, see if I can fix it for you. There we go. 7-7 on the score. Pierre Francisco Garcia. Brandon Schuff. Two-ball in a tough spot. He might be able to play it off the 7 into the corner. All right, Pierre still looking at this 2-7. Tries to cut it in quarter, does not go. All right, well, 2 ball in the side pocket, back down table. Clear onto the 3 ball. Can play the 3 ball into the corner. Just going to look to spin the cue ball forward, playing the 4 to the top left. All right, it might be Brandon Schuff getting to the hill first. Playing the 7 and the 8 in the same pocket. All right, and Brandon Schuff is the first one to get to the hill, making the score 8-7 here against Pierre Francesco Garcia.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
All right, Brandon on the break. Try break by Brandon. Pierre's going to come up to the table, try to get himself to the hill here with this layup.
Been talking to the mirror, it don't talk back. Just smiles like a devil dressed in black. Roses in the room keep humming my song. They say, boy, you've been broken way too long. Pain's the only thing that still feels real. Smoke in my chest, can't tell what I feel. Heaven don't answer, hell step right by my side. The devil sleeps inside my mind. He's kind, he's cruel, he's one of my kind. He tells the truth when angels lie. So I keep him close till the day I die. I bury my name on a motel sheet. Walls remember all my defeats. No savior knocking on my door. Just rain on a window, whiskey on floor. No halo fits a man like me. Just scars and smoke where dreams should be. The devil sleeps inside my mind. He's kind, he's cruel, he's one of my kind. He whispers truth when angels lie. So I keep him close till the day I die. If redemption comes, it better run. I made my peace with a loaded gun. If redemption comes, it better run. I made my peace with a loaded gun. The devil sleeps inside my mind. He's kind, he's cruel, he's one of my kind. He tells the truth when angels lie. So I keep him close till the day I die.
All right, 2 ball in the corner for Pierre. Didn't get the best on the 3. I think that's a missed opportunity there. He had a good shot on the 2 to be able to maneuver the cue ball around.
Came back to the town. Every corner whispered lessons learned. Faces change, but the streets still know the man I was and the debts I owe. The wind hums low, like you knew my song, telling me I've been gone too long. I'm back to the ashes where the silence stays, with time moving in its quiet way. No glory left, no need to hide, just the truth and us side by side. The bar still leans on a crooked wall, ghosts still dance when the night birds call. I light one smoke for the years I lost.
All right, Francesco. Taking a little bit of time on this 3. It's an important shot for him with Brandon being on the hill. Comes 2 rails out to the 3 ball.
Not seeking mercy, not seeking fame, just learning peace. Don't wear a name. If life's a circle, I
Brandon cuts the 3 in. Does not get a favorable bump off the 8-ball. Brandon tried the behind the back trick shot. Maybe trying to put the cue behind the 9. He does, gets the 8-ball in the way. Pierre's going to have to go to the air. Jump over the 8, see if he can pocket this 4 in the side pocket. Got to be careful of the 6 when he comes off the 4, though. I believe the cue ball could run into one of those 2 balls. All right, Brandon, 4 in the corner. Wants to slide the cue. Should play the 5 in the same pocket. All right, if Brandon does proceed to get out here, our next matchup will be Dean Shields versus Christopher Tevez. My man Scott the Freezer Frost is going to be jumping in, providing the expert commentary. And later on, we're going to have Aloysius Yap, Anthony Maglino on the main stream at 6 p.m. And then on the side tables, we'll have John Mora versus Dennis Hatch. I believe I think it's Mario He and Josh Roberts is one of the other matches they were talking about putting on the tables. And Brandon Schuff slides down for the 8. 2 more from Schuff. Started off a little rocky for Brandon, but like I said earlier, Brandon's one of the best come from behind players. Brandon comes from behind and makes the score 9-7, and is going to defeat Pierre Francesco Garcia. All right, guys, we're going to be back here in a few moments. I'm going to play a little commercial here and there for you, a little promo, and then me and Scott are going to come back and call the next round. You're watching the Billiards Sports Network production, the Matchroom WNT Rankings event, the Vice City Classic. We'll be right back, folks. Thanks a lot.
sins at the motel door. Ain't nobody waiting on me, just a rope and a boat, only thing I see. Made from iron, built in pain, forged by fire and quiet rain. Ain't no mercy when the sky comes down. Still I walk through with no fear, no sound. Got scars where prayers should have been. Got smoke in my lungs, not oxygen. Every love turned cold on my skin. Every lie carved deep from within. I don't beg, I don't cry, I stare the devil in the eye. He knows my steps when I pass by. He knows I won't break, I won't hide. Hold tight to this bitter life. Light won't smoke for the pain I like. Raise a glass for the blood I paid. I die alone in ash I'm made. Neon flickers, streets stay wet. Every step feels like a final bed. Cold wind talking to my bones. City full of faces, still I'm alone. No hands reaching, no safe places. Midnight smoke and a tired face. I keep moving, I don't explain. Some men drown, some walk through pain. Ain't no saints in this heavy sky. No angels left when a man runs dry. If peace is real, it never came. So I keep my fire, I keep my name. I don't beg, I don't cry, I stare the devil in the eye. He knows my steps when I pass by. He knows I won't break, I won't hide. Hold tight to this bitter life. Light one smoke for the pain I like. Raise a glass for the blood I paid. I die alone in ash I made. You think hell burns? Nah, it freezes. Silence is a bullet that never misses. If you see me under street light glow, don't talk peace like you really know. I got ghosts in the rain behind my back. I got old truths in a mirror crack. Still I stand, no crown, no throne. Just a man and a road I own. I don't beg, I don't cry, I stare the devil in the eye. He knows my steps when I pass by. He knows I won't break, I won't hide. Hold tight to this bitter life. Light one smoke for the pain I like. Raise a glass for the blood I've paid. I die alone in ash I made. I don't beg. Burn my name. Your name still burns, burns like amber on my tongue. A quiet flame where every word comes undone. Try to drown the fire in the night, but every shadow said the spark of light. If love consumes the man I used to be, then let it burn alone for what I see. I'm burning without you, but I stand like few. is all I have to give. I'm burning without you, but I remain the same. A man who learned to carry every dying oh, burn without you, but I stand like you. I'm burning without you, and I won't fall into.
All right, guys, here we go. Next matchup, Dean Shields from the UK versus Christopher Tevez. We are in Florida. It's warm weather, but it is definitely cold here in the booth because the freezer's joining me. Scott, how's it going, buddy?
Hi, pal. How are you?
I'm
Thanks for
doing
having
good.
me.
Anytime.
Appreciate it, buddy. I'm excited to work with you. I'm excited to finally get in here. Last night was a little rough. Billiard Sports Network, thank you all for tuning in. We greatly appreciate it. This event will get better with age.
Rack number 1, Dean breaking. Against a gentleman known as Debu, Christopher Tevez.
You know, I'm very guilty of not knowing anything about either of these players. Now, I know Tevez is a great player. I know Dean Shields is a great player. What I'm getting at there is I haven't covered either of these players, I don't believe, throughout my little commentary stint.
Debu, obviously from Peru. And Dean plays over in the GB9.
Okay.
And he plays a lot over there in Europe in the events there.
He's landed okay here on the 2. I mean, he might have to fight with the purple. I don't know. I mean, it's just the bottom end of it. And if he doesn't have to fight with it, he can just stay over on the right side of the table for the left side on the red 3. He's obviously got the corners as well. He did fight with it. He wants to stay below the 3. This is going to turn out sweet, to be honest. Yeah, Frankie, you just wanted to carry an angle there, maybe a little too much. He's going to be forced to go up and down here, I believe. You do not want to just drift this in. Hit it with a little authority.
Yeah, lucky for him, he's got the 6 on the right rail, so as long as he gets himself towards the center of the table, he should be all right.
Yeah, he's just falling a little steep, and what I mean by that is now the cue ball tracking away from the green 6. He's got to fight with the left side pocket. He's got to contend with the 9 if he wants to come past the left side pocket. I don't mind going into the green 6 here. Maybe just a high inside ball, take a little chance. Yeah, I like what I see so far. Looks very composed. Anywhere out towards the middle here. Now, this table is extremely tight. Extremely. There is no room for error. Yes, I get that it's fresh cloth, but you better hit the middle of the bucket.
Just a little shy of 4-inch pocket, Scott.
Yeah, I know all too well. I played on it for about 10 hours the other day, and it humbled me. It's definitely not built for a 50-year-old, this table. We need bigger pockets, Franco.
Come on, Scott. 50's a new 30. You know this.
Yeah, I don't know who's saying that.
One nothing. Tevez here, Scott. You know, with being 50, just got to make yourself unshakable.
Oh, dang. You got the graphic. Thank you, Frank. If you guys get a chance, just please check it out. We are absolutely stunned at how well this is going. I've not found anybody, and I hope I do find somebody that wants to critique this. You can use code VICE10 for 10% off. Just check it out. There's the code there. I believe there's a link in the bio.
We can put a link in there
And
for
if
you.
there's not, we'll get a link in there
Absolutely.
for you.
Yeah, we'll put one in there.
But check it out, because it is a little tricky getting to the website. So Franco will get that handled probably pretty quick. He's the master at that. Thank you all for just checking it out. I'll talk more about that here in the future. But it's more about these guys right now.
All right, rack number 2, Tevez to break.
Yeah, and I've heard a lot of good things about him, Frank, and I can see why.
Kind of fearless at the table.
Really soft hit there. Now, I'm not saying it was a soft break, but he definitely didn't amp up at all.
14.81 from our friends at Break Demon on that break.
Yeah, you could definitely see the easiness in that hit. And obviously how we really see that is how quickly the one travels to the side. That's going to tell you really everything we need to know. But he is laid up nice and sweet here. I really like his tempo, his pace. He's not like a fast, flashy player. He just seems like he's highly under control.
I think he's highly underrated, too. There's not a lot of people, like you're saying, that really know about him. So when he shows up, after a while, it scores pretty high that you're in trouble.
Yeah, no question. I think that's pretty well said. Does not want to finish on the very top. Could get away from him a little bit here now. Good news for him is the green is laid up in front of the corner. But the 8 could potentially pose a problem. I think he can just hold. Maybe I'm making this tougher than it really is. Anywhere up in the middle of the table on the right side, he's fine. Okay, he's leveled out. I'd like to avoid the 8 here, I believe. Oh, he's going into it. Yeah, he didn't like that. Put the 8 in a tough position now. He's got to stay low on the 7 to the lower right corner. That angle there. Meaning you want to stay left side low of the 7 so you can naturally go up for the black 8.
Going to have Gerson's travel buddy on the stream later on, Scott. It's going to be, I'm sorry, Tevez's travel buddy, Gerson, is playing Honas at 8 o'clock.
Okay. I don't know that he got the angle here. It's hard to tell. If not, he might be forced to go to the upper right corner with the 8. This becomes missable if you try to really throat it into the lower right corner. You cannot cheat these pockets. He's aware of that. Looks like he's just coming straight back. And that prank is all due to that pocket, right? He did not want to take a chance of missing the ball by trying to fram it in there. I think he's got to play it safe here. Chip it up to the top, middle diamond, and use the bumblebee for cover. Bringing the cue ball down somewhere near the chalk. I don't know if this is doable or not, or just on that line at least. Wow, that's really good speed.
All right, we'll see Dean's first shot at the table.
I've heard a lot of good things about this man as well. Just don't know. I mean, that just tells us how many great players there are out there now.
Yeah.
It's refreshing for me, refreshing to see this top talent that I've never even covered before. I mean, it just gives you an idea of the depth and how many players are really out there. You know, I think this is the right decision. You're just going to have to kind of take a chance and go with the jump here. Hope it ends up funny. Can't predict you're going to make this in any way, shape, or form.
Well, that GB9 tour over there in England is really picking up with a lot of players. A lot of top-notch talent, too, that's playing on it.
Yeah, is he just wanting to try and create some type of distance here? Yeah, back it comes. And this is what that table will do to you. It really is no joke. You can just forget about the new cloth. We usually talk about on a 4-inch table how the new cloth really makes the table play almost like 4 1/4. This table is completely different. Just because you get it close doesn't mean the new cloth is going to help it. It just doesn't happen. No, I really love the speed at which he played this. That can be real touchy.
All right, Deed Shields pockets the 9-ball, makes the score 1-1. Here, tying it up in a race to 9 in the first round here of the WNT rankings event, the Vice City Classic.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the 9-ball series.
All right, guys, coming out into rack number 3. Score tied up 1-1. Dean Shields to break.
Man, another good hit, Frank. Really not bad. He got a couple of funny kisses on the cue ball, and here's another look. Watch the cue ball get a big kiss off the black 8, but didn't hurt him, in my opinion. Does have some distance here on the blue 2. He's got 2 ways to shoot this. You can get through it and just kind of take your chance tracking like maybe between the 3 and 4 out towards the center, take the thin on the red, or you can try and like kill stroke it, or what we call, and that's what he's looking at, the 2 rails out, I believe. Could go 1 rail out if he can put the inside on it, but tougher to make the ball with that distance. Then obviously he could try to just drag it in with what I call a Mexican stroke. But I think he's going to choose the 2 rail option. It's just the easiest way to make the ball. I saw a little flinch there in that back arm, for sure. All right, you want to avoid the green 6 at all costs, and then again the purple 5. I don't know what it is about Tevez yet, but there's something about him that's a little intimidating. It's just the way he carries himself. Just a real smooth air about him.
Makes it look effortless a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt. These guys are going to struggle. Look, nobody's going to play perfect on this table. I don't believe. It's just how difficult this table plays. I shouldn't say that. Joshua Filler is in the building.
Yeah, Fetter's here too.
Fettergorst
Right?
is in the building. So as soon as I say that, it'll probably happen, which we'd love to see.
But to add to that, Scott Aloysius was here last night with Tyler. And he was having a little bit of a tough time, rattled a couple balls.
Yeah, these guys are human, right? I mean, this table here is a bear.
If you want to be the best in the world, you got to play the best pool.
I'm a big proponent of it. I've always been a fan of the tighter pockets. I think it puts more of the game into play. Obviously, I know some of the fans want to see just all offense, but I'm more of a type of guy to tuck and move. I like to talk about what they can and can't do defensively and offensively. This guy just looks smooth, real smooth. His pace around the table never changes. His cueing does not get erratic. This guy's got big potential, in my opinion. Like real big potential, from what I see. Like majors potential.
All right. Tevez pockets at 9, makes the score 2-1 in a race to 9 here in sunny Florida, Broward County, minutes down the road from Miami, Florida. I think Scott and I were going to take a ride to the beach, but then I don't want anybody trying to harpoon me, so we're going to hang out here.
You'll be all right, Franco. Yeah, I'm not a big beach guy for some reason.
Cold weather for me.
Just never been. Yeah, I love the cold weather as well, and I just happen to live in the hottest city in America. It's an absolute genius move. Speaking of that, we do have the Phoenix Open and Arizona Open coming up. It will be warm.
All right, rack number 4, Tevez. It's a break, leading 2-1.
Yeah, all right. Maybe notice where the cue ball is. Maybe caught that a bit thick. Notice the one went past the side there. Oftentimes don't see that. It's usually going to go short, so it's almost a good sign that the one did go past the side. It tells us that it can be done now, but oftentimes you'll find tables in these tournaments where it's almost impossible to get the one past the side. The 2 does lead to the 3. Can he hold to the left side of the table? Touchy, especially with a lot of inside. I believe he caught that rail first, the way the cue ball tracked. I'm almost positive. Yeah, nice stroke, Frank.
He played it well, got to the good side of the 3.
Yeah, he just wants to get below the green, right? Just stay below the green, stay below the pink 4, the 5. Really, everything laying nicely here. You just want to get good here on the 4. It's pretty natural, I believe. Yeah, I'm a little surprised he chose to come to this side. And if you do come to this side of the table, you have to stay above the 6. You can't get below it, really, the way he was laying. Now he's got problems. I don't even know if he can go forward. I figured he'd just stay somewhere out in the middle of the table where he could track 2 rails out of the lower right corner up towards the 7. He came to this side. That's where the problem started. Obviously, falling straight is the last thing you want. Can he wrap around the lower right corner? No, he cannot. He's got to elevate. This is a nightmare. I just think the selection was a little questionable. That's really all I feel like. It's usually what it boils down to. He's just going to have to take distance if he can make this ball. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem. That's going to sting.
Gives Tevez a real good opportunity to take a 2-game lead.
Yeah, I just don't get much from Tevez. Like, what I mean by that is I don't get much negativity at all. I don't see anything in the cueing. I don't see anything in the body language. It's just a bit intimidating in a quiet way. It's very, very strange. I don't see it a lot. But I'm in a commentating room not far from the table, and you can almost feel the way his energy carries forward. A little short here, Franco.
Yeah, he did come up a little short. I'd like to see him get a little 6 to 8 more inches to the left. And Christopher Tevez pockets another 9, makes the score 3 to 1 here in a race to 9.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. Doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
All right, rack number 5. Christopher Tevez up 3 to 1 on the score.
Yeah, 1 high again, just a tick high. He will dial that in, you can guarantee it, but he's catching it maybe a little thick. That looked okay. Cue ball did exactly what he wanted it to do. Yeah, all ball fouls here. Referee will be on this one. The bridge hand going to be a little tricky over the green 6, then the 8. Poses a small issue. The zoom. Yeah, he's overrun the mark. Cue ball a little loose here the last couple of games. Got to give a shout out to our boy Dominic Dunn and Jen for running the tournament. They putting in the work. Yeah, he's overcut the room rent right here. I think Tevez has an opportunity to kick this in. I just feel like he's a Spanish player, Guatemalan player. I feel like these guys all play 3 cushion. Does he have the jump cue out? I don't feel like this is the play, but maybe he thinks he can just create distance with it. Yeah, obviously not a favorite here, but I feel like he can make this.
Well, if you're going to leave it, that's where you want to leave it.
Yeah, not the worst, right? I don't know. I don't believe he can make it, Frank. Oh, he can make it, but boy, oh boy. You're going to have to really trust the table here. Doesn't look like from here he can make it, but he can. Yeah, I mean, the cue ball pinned on the upper rail.
Well, he got there, Scott, but afterwards, no good.
Yeah, so much energy into just making the ball that the cue ball almost becomes second. These guys are so good with the jump cue nowadays. You're never safe. Yeah, well done. Well done. Yeah, in 2 more days, that ball will not fall.
Mm-hmm. Scott, in your playing career, would you adjust your practice method based on where you were going for a city?
That's a really good question, actually. I mean, I don't know that you have, like, if I live in Phoenix, which I did for the last 30 years practically, if I knew I was going to play in a place like Florida or New Orleans, there's not a lot you can do. But if you could, you definitely would want to. But it's hard to, like, dampen a table in such a dry climate. I think yeah, he's showing me a few things here that I'm not real fond of. I'm not talking about just missing the ball. I'm more talking about some of the swings that he's taking. But back to your question, um, I think you do everything you can to prepare for an event like this with the tight pockets. So when you're doing that, obviously, I think it's obviously best to prepare on the tightest equipment you can find. Okay. Trouble in River City, or Vice City, I guess we would say. Potentially getting behind the 9 here. I think that's what he's trying to do. Oh, he's missed the whole ball, Frank.
Probably the first mistake we've seen him make.
Yeah, outside of the break shot, I believe you're right. Really not excusable, right? Big error from Dean Shields to the left side on the green 6. You really kind of got to take advantage of those because you feel like this guy can play. You don't want to give him enough error to where he gets comfortable. Just get past the 9 here.
All right, looks like Dean Shields is going to get himself back on the winning side. Make the score 3-2. And a race to 9. Check out some scores here for the event. Tally Patsora and Ryan Jones just getting underway. Elliot Sanderson is out to an 8-1 lead on Sergio Rivas. Mike DeLauder from Florida tied up 5-5. Carlos Alberto Gomez. Arseny Sebastianov up 6-4 over Fraser Patrick. 4-2 over Paul Song. Tommy Kennedy 6-2 over Justine Baltazar.
TK. 7-7. Those two players there, Frank. 7-7. I don't believe I've ever seen those names.
No, I know a little bit in the team, but not a lot to really give you anything to write home about. High energy, high players. Big event here. A lot of great players. Anybody could take this one home.
Yeah, it's loaded. This is really the first leg of a massive swing of events stretching out through August. All right, this is something we've seen, I think, the last 3 racks now. The one. Watch the one. One just a touch high. What's odd there to me is I didn't pay attention to the cue ball, but it's finishing high as well. It had to have got a kick. There's no way he drew it that far up. Boy, he's looking to elevate. Boy, oh boy. Is he trying to bank this to the upper right and just drift down behind these balls past the 2? That's exactly what he did. Really takes the pressure off of you because you know you have that wall there to trickle in behind. So you can kind of loosen up on the swing.
Two ball holds up on that shot, Scott.
Yeah, not today. Kind of like, feel like he was a little tentative in the stroke versus just making sure it gets to the pocket. Shields looking at the up and down line here. Just wants to steer clear of that 7 ball. Yeah, that's not going to get it. It's a shot. Well, does it pass? Excuse me, it might pass the 9. I don't think he knew it passed the 9, if it does. It's a shot that these guys work on quite a bit, though, trying to get to the middle of the table there for the side pocket. You've got to catch that ball a lot thinner than you think.
I'm just wondering after the 3, or excuse me, after the 3, Scott, is he going to just try to punch the ball, play the 4 on the side, or?
I guess, Frank, I guess that maybe he did know. I can't say that he didn't know it passed the 9, so maybe he did know. Obviously, he's at the table. I'm not going to say that. I don't feel it's right for me to say such a thing. But now what, Frank? He's going the wrong way if he's going to the corner.
Try to tuck the cue behind the 8.
It looks like he wants to go aggressive with what he just did with his cue. Looking to track 3 rails back out towards the brown 7. Yeah, there's a couple of things, I don't know, that I care so much for. Now, I think he does have a snooker background, Dean Shields. I definitely feel like he comes from some type of snooker background. Just the way he stands over the cue, the way he cues it.
I will point out, Scott, that Tevez, being sponsored by The Room, has played on this table multiple times. So he's got a little bit of advantage versus some of the other players.
In this case, I think that's actually very big. I think there's a lot of value to that. Pace has picked up just a tick. He needs that to carry. He doesn't want to create any more distance than he has to on the black 8. Yeah, this shot here is where you just completely focus on the 8. You've got no thought about the 9 here. Just take what it gives you.
All right, Tevez looking to pocket this ball, give himself a 3-rack lead. Dean Shields. He puts it down with authority, 4-1. Christopher Tevez over Dean Shields.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
I'm Josh Schwiller, you're watching the Billiard Sports Network.
All right, rack 6. Tevez the break. 4-1 on the score.
All right, he got a kiss to go up top with the cue ball. Good news is we figured the 1 out. Bad news is 2 down here at the bottom rail. Now this cloth will accept like in high karate, meaning a high ball. It will act as low. It will stun forward, maybe or to the left side of the table, like so. He actually caught the 2 a little thinner than I expected. It's going to work out. Six, I don't believe has a pocket. That's a negative. So this becomes kind of a moot point. Not a lot of fun jumping this ball because you know that, well, odds are highly likely you're not going to do a lot of damage even if you make it. We'll see. Yeah, it's a bit disheartening. Does he get away with it? Welcome to Nineball. Another kick where I feel like he's got to be close to even money to make this. Obviously a slight dog, I would say.
They hit that, not make it so far in the pocket.
Yeah, really. I think it was a great effort. I actually liked the speed. I was a little concerned at him elevating, but he knows what he's doing. I don't. Looks awful thin to get in behind the blue 2 from the 6 here. I will mention, we discussed it in between the last match. I believe we're going to do our best to bring you guys the shot clock next round. Might take a little longer break in between the match next round, maybe 10 minutes. just to dial everything in. They definitely have it ready to go. Shout out to our friend, our very good friend, John Lehman, who lost his wife tragically about a week now, literally about a week ago. I couldn't believe it, so thoughts go out to him. He was supposed to be with us this week, Frank.
Yeah, Mr. Lehman called me that day, and I was very sad for him.
Me too. And ironically, I was talking to John all day that day. So, tough stuff there. Thoughts and prayers to him. John actually put together like a 5-minute detailed video for me. He was at Amsterdam Billiards and he sent me a video for our referees exactly how to mark the table for the matchroom rules. He made such a good little video. And that evening, his wife passed away. It was heartbreaking, to say the least, when he called me. A little short here. Did not want to be over the 8. Compose a miss. Yeah, this can really pose a miss. You can fall flat on the 5, excuse me. Oh, he did spin it with the outside. I love the way he played this shot. Very good. Pace has definitely picked up just a little bit. It's definitely not, still not fast, but he's looking even more comfortable. That's something we talk about in my course, Frank, Unshakable Performance. I go into great detail how important your pace around the table is. The elite players try to have the same pace as much as possible because when the heart rate gets up, you want to get quicker around the table. But when you do that, the cueing starts to get quicker and you don't recognize it. I use Fedor Gorst as a prime example. He is probably, in my opinion, about as good as anybody can get at having the same pace around the table, whether he's winning, whether he's losing, whether he's in a good spot, whether he's in a bad spot. And I think it bodes for a lot of really good things.
With the, I would think fatigue factor would step in if you start zooming around a table, especially if you're going to be playing all day or a long couple day event.
That's a great point. I think that's a huge factor, actually. And the more you can stay consistent in your pace and just staying calm, obviously that bodes well for your energy, your mental stamina, all of that together.
All right, Tevez puts down another 9-ball, makes the score 5-1 currently here over Dean Shields.
I really do feel like Tevez has the ability to win a major tournament. I know he's kind of fresh on the scene, but I think he's got that ability. I think he's got that elite player ability. I look to see him do really good things in the next few years.
All right, Scott, let's take a look around the room and see what we got going on here at Classic Billiards.
Yeah, a lot of pool going on right now. All those tables over by the window, or windows,
The window to the wall.
are tournament tables. Starting out with 12 tables for the tournament. There's Anthony Maglino.
Playing at 6 against Aloysius on this table.
Florida's best, no question, in my opinion. Anyway,
I
unless I'm
agree with
overlooking somebody, but I don't believe I am. There he is. He's dialed this break down. The 2 has got kissed low, which is not a lot of fun, but he's got a pretty good defensive look, just trimming the right side here. Yeah, the 2 catches a big blow by the 8. Always a tricky shot here now. If he could see all of the 2, he could send it up kind of towards the 6 and maybe use the pink and the 9. But if you've got to edge it, meaning the far edge, our right side of the 2, it's a tricky shot, and it's a shot that a lot of the elite players work on. Okay, he could get to all the ball. Well done. What's he looking at here? Got to jump this, right? Is he full Q jumping this?
That's what it looks like to me. I think he's coming off the left side.
This is such a tough ball to hit because it's kind of out in space there. Obviously, he feels good about it or he wouldn't take it on, but 2 rails behind it, I'm assuming. Just a tall order there trying to come behind it full. I don't even know if he had the pace on it to create the distance that he was looking for. I think I would have taken the jump cue out there and just tried to scramble it and hope for the best. Wow. Made that look easy. Got a lot out of it. David Bartosiak, the owner of Classic Billiards, he's told me a lot about this player. I understand why now. I really do. He's got a lot of talent. Of course, he's going to make some mistakes on this table. But for the most part, he is very sound. I think you just got to pin him up behind the 9 here, Frank. Is he looking to go with this?
I think he is.
He's going to look at using the purple, maybe.
Yeah, just change the stroke now.
Yeah, you got to play it like this. And you're right, he did change his mind. I think he was initially looking to edge it and come behind the purple, but maybe a little worried the 9 was in the way. Once again, I think you've just got to kind of gamble here and fram at this. Trying to control it's going to be tricky. Real outside chance of making it. High cue ball. Wow.
Played that one very well, Scott.
Wow. I mean, he all just all out went out to make this ball with the high cue ball, which was a little surprising. How good did he hit it? My. Pretty good. Got a lot out of it there. He was fairly flat. This is missable. Center cup. A little short, Frank.
Yeah, a little short on the 7, Scott, but Dean has a little bit of a lankiness to him. He should be able to reach over the table. Maybe with an extension, be able to cut this 7 ball in.
Yeah, I agree. He's got to avoid the traffic, right? Does he want to come to the right of the 8? I think that's what he's thinking about now. Does he want to avoid it altogether? Come like 2 rails past the left side with a low outside ball. I don't really know how easily he can cue this. Might just be forced to kind of take a chance here. Yeah, looking to just go up and down. I think he wants to come to the right side of the 8, but you don't want to lose it in this lower right corner. Tell you what, I don't have a problem banking it 2 rails down here below the 8 and 9 if it's that tough. Yeah, that's well handled. Really well handled.
All right, Dean's just going to play this 8 ball into the side pocket. I'm at 2 rails back for the 9. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you got to expect him to make this, but you continue to put yourself here. It might jump up and get you at some point. I don't know if he's watching or not, but he texts me, and I have to say this. I don't typically do that. I don't think it's real professional. But Lenny Marshall on the Rail TV, my buddy that filmed Power One Pocket Part 1 and Part 2 with me many, many moons ago. He was ahead of his time. One of the guys that really started the live streaming years ago. He live streamed my match with Efren Reyes back in, I think, like 2004. We free streamed it. It wasn't great quality, Frank. He didn't have the equipment you have, but he was on the right track.
well, it's OGs like that who paved the way for guys like me, you know?
Yeah, man. He really, very good mind, very sharp thinker. All right. Really good break shot. He got a lot out of it, but once again, this is the format, right? It's so tough to find a look after the break. Never seems to fail. As a matter of fact, I think it was the first game or two where they had good looks after the break, and since then, well, it hasn't really happened. Yeah, looking to bank the 3 down. I don't believe you want to try and track it towards the corner. I think you just want to avoid that altogether. Just use the 7 and 9 as protection. You try to actually get it down near the lower right corner. You could leave a jump. You could leave a straight in ball. You could catch the 7 with the 3. So just get it past the side. That'll work. He's not going to like this. And, does Dean get out? He's got a little work to do, 6 and 7. 4 to the 5 should not be a problem. Anywhere in the middle here. Yeah, man. I mean, really no reason not to get all the way down here on that ball. Just really no reason. It's the only way it can go wrong. I mean, he was perfect. Just make sure you get down here. Now he's got to put work in. Wow, that's a great strike. My goodness, he made that look easy. That'll get him up and going. Stay through this. Yeah, caught it a little fat. Didn't want to end up thin on the 7. Everything becomes missable. Not saying he's going to. But he did. That's all due to how fat he caught the last ball. But really, if you wanted to call it what it is, it started with the pink 4 in the upper left corner, not getting all the way back down for the 5. But he made a great recovery. And then just pinched the 6. He's very good at that shot. That can get away from you so easily. I've seen him hit this perfectly the last 2 times. And that was a huge game at number 9 for Dean Shields. I saw a little flinch in the back arm there. Christopher Tevez up by 3, 6 games to 3. All right, he's been a little high with the 1 the last couple of times, I believe. Maybe he got it down last time. But I believe he was high with it. Let's take a look. That's dead center. 2 is down. He's not going to have a look on the red 3. Welcome to the 9 on the spot. This is what happens. And I think it's the greatest rule. Otherwise, we just see packages. I know that a lot of people want to debate that with me, and I understand. I think it's all preference and what you want to see, but it's impossible to please everybody, unfortunately. Looking to the rollout. Do you button this 8 up in front of the 4 here, or do you? Okay, well done. Yeah. little bit of a grin on his face. Haven't seen much from Tevez. Tevez. Wow. Take the pot, young man. Now what? I don't exactly know if the 4 is frozen or the 8. This becomes incredibly difficult. Almost to the point where you can't shoot it. I'll tell you what. It's not the worst. Is he too steep to come short side, meaning just down here to the left side of the table? Even just past the center diamond on the left long rail. All right, I like the decision here. He's looking to wedge him up behind the 6 and 9. Just use all that coverage. Just don't want to catch it too thick. Yeah, it's well done. It is a pretty big ball here, going 3 rails, like maybe in front of the left side pocket. Here he's choosing twice. Good things happen here, too, coming in behind it. Has he received a rail? I don't believe it did. If it's not frozen, I don't believe it got the rail. Estel knows what he's doing. Well, if it's that close, it's pretty hard to call a foul if it's that close.
I'd say it's there, Scott.
Yeah, looks good to me. Yeah, I don't know about that play. I felt like he was kind of going into no man's land. What he was trying to do is use that little patch of balls there to cover the pink, but it's always tricky when you're trying to use an object ball to cover up with others versus just the cue ball. Can he wedge up in here behind the 9 and 6? It's going to be shy of the mark by a country mile. You got to make sure you get the 4 all the way up to the top rail at minimum there. It's just a big mistake. All right. Overcut. Weighing out some options. One thing I do see is it seems like it's going to be awful tough to get all the way back down here. The cue ball wants to arc with a high ball. Yeah, he tried to draw it back. I mean, getting some type of look is better than nothing. What about sending the 5 up, kind of like you're cross banking it up towards that upper diamond on the top rail and trickling the cue ball 1-2 out of the lower right, using kind of like a high left ball, getting nice and tight in between the 9, 6, and 7. He's going the other way. Another suspect decision, in my opinion. I guess that's what I'm here to do, give my opinion. That was just poor. Just being honest, Frank.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Scott. I wouldn't want anything less from you. Hurts our game if we don't tell the truth.
Well, I guess maybe it's a downfall at times of mine, I guess. I definitely know that. They have got the case of the weeks. Maybe neither one of them ate breakfast today. Believe he can edge this ball. This is going to be well done. Shot comes up so much, Frank, where you've got to edge that ball, and you do not want much movement on the object ball. These guys practice it a lot because it's a very important tool to have in your bag.
Tevez going right at it.
That's gone. Six and seven, a little messy now.
Come underneath the 6, maybe, Scott. Play to the top right.
Yeah, no question, right? I agree. If you don't get right where you want to, you can pin him up behind the brown. Good call, Frank.
Remember, clock's right twice a day.
Yeah, noon. Oh, boy. Talk to that one, boy. It is not going to go. Not here, not today. Not in the Aramith Arena. Several balls he's pinched like that.
This table will humble you, Scott.
Yeah, and like we were touching on, if this is an actual 4-inch pocket table with the new cloth, that ball will fall. It's not going to fall here. Believe it or not, it looks like it's laying deep. It could get deeper. Boy, he is so good at that hit. He's overrun the mark, but he plays the rail first ball very well. He's not happy with it. He's on the 50. So easy to catch that object ball a lot thicker and get nothing out of the cue ball. Oh, boy. They're doing their best to give it to one another at the moment. It's not easy out here, though. That's the fact.
All right, 9-ball in the corner for Dean Shields. We're going to have 6-4 here on the score momentarily. Going to 9 here in the Aramith Arena at Classic Billiards in Lauderhill, Florida.
Thank you, Frankie.
You got it.
Unshakable Performance, it's a 9-year venture that I had on this course. I have put a lot of actual blood, sweat, and tears into it. It means the world to me. I think Frank knows that. I was giving some information to a potential client last night. A lot of people from here have ordered the course. And a lot of people on day 10, day 12. It's a 30-day course. There's pro, court, and elite, 3 different tiers. They're all the same, except you just get more for one. Well, the elite is $99. If you use code VICE10, you will get 10% off. And then we have what's called the Inner Circle within that course, and it is a monthly subscription where I'm going to do a couple of videos a month. Frank's going to help me out with that as well, Carl Boys. New fresh videos with behind the scenes stuff with some great players, stuff on the tour. We'll have a lot of fun with it. And thank you guys for just checking it out. It's well worth the money. And thank you, Frank.
Of course. Anytime, buddy.
Once again, buddy, they're having a hard time getting a look. So tough.
Yeah, they're getting a one in the side, but afterwards, starting point is just a little rough.
Yeah, I don't know. He's looking to come down. I don't mind the lower left side. I think it's potential that he gets it back from here, though. No, that he doesn't get it back from here. I think he'll bank the 2 down past. Well, he's got a lot of options, but he could bank the 2 down past the 9 and 4. Yeah, you got a lot of protection here, Frank. The 6, the 5. If you can kind of check the cue ball up, just get the 2 past the left side, I think that's the play. You could try to make it back down between the 6 and the 9. I think that's a little more difficult. You really could wedge him up in behind the 5 here if you hit it good. I believe he's lost it. It's close.
I'd have to run into the 3.
Yeah, always a little tricky there. I agree with you. He did have to run into the 3. If he caught it correctly to make it, just always a little tricky when you have to swerve that cue ball that distance. You don't exactly know how much it's going to take. Listen, you hit those knuckles. It's not going. I've seen a little weakness from Tevez as of late. I'm not majorly concerned because I know what this table can do to you. As you mentioned earlier, Frank, it'll humble you.
Yeah. Did to me multiple times the other night. Right in front of FSR and Al-Kaidi. I was a little disappointed myself.
And this is what I was touching on there, and he's fortunate just to get a look at the 3. But Tevez, so good at getting that cue ball up and out of there with that ball hanging in the hole, whereas Dean has had some issues trying to get that movement. It's so easy to catch that ball just a bit thick and lose what you need out of the cue ball. He's going to bank the 3 back up between the 6 and 9 and try and use the 4 and 9. He's lost the cue ball here. No inside English on it, Frank. I don't understand.
Yeah, you got to kill it off that rail.
Still tricky right here. I think you can see all of the ball, but what you do with it's a whole other story. He's looking to tack, possibly to the upper right. Feels like it's maybe worth the shot. Coming back down towards the 4 and 9, or maybe past him. Wow.
Right cut.
Wow. I mean, wow. What a great hit, right, Frank? And now he's natural to the 5.
I can just drift over for it, man.
It's decisions like that that are, I think, very, very key for Tevez. I've seen him make a couple of these decisions. He's lost this cue ball forward. Did he double hit it? My goodness.
Wow, that's a big mistake. Three rack leads, much better than one.
I feel like there was a lot of distance there between the 4 and the cue ball. I mean, when I say a lot of distance, several inches. I did not expect the double hit. I don't think any of us did. I thought he'd just stun over to avoid anything like that instead of try to go forward. Very strange. Little concerning. Talk about making your man comfortable. He's definitely doing his best to do that. Got to work the cue ball over and out here, I believe. Just going forward.
All right. Excuse me, Dean Shields. Gonna make the 9 in the side pocket. Cut that lead down to 1. Tevez missed a golden opportunity there to make a 3-game lead. Now squandering it down to 1. Gonna be going into rack number 12. Check some scores here on the tournament. James Adira, also known as Hollywood, is up 8-5 over Kenny Chavaria. Fraser Patrick trailing 7-5 by Paul Song. Max Eberly up 3-0 over Yajers Mara. We haven't started any of the other matches yet. Vitaly Patsor and Ryan Jones getting ready to go here in a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I can't count the games. I believe there's been 4 games where Tevez was in the driver's seat to really extend the lead. He's done his very best to give that back. No better time than game number 12 for Dean Shields to come with a good break. Well, you can't ask for much more than this. It's another good look. I think a helpful kiss maybe on the cue ball there. I wouldn't overthink this. You just got to dig into it, kind of wrap around the lower right. Maybe a low outside ball. You can hold the cue ball here for the red 3, which is next and near the 2. Just kind of draw over towards the right corner. Do everything you can to bury the 2. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Just don't want to come up short here. Better off getting out towards the middle versus shy of it. Don't want to let up. Yeah, he was pretty aware of that. Still a little shy, but he should be okay. Yeah, I don't want to speak too soon, Franco, but no better time than now to tie this match up. Your man has done his very best to keep him in this.
Yeah. It's He had opportunities, Scott. Definite opportunities.
Okay, fell a little funny on the 7, meaning he's probably going to finish somewhere near the rail with the cue ball on the 8, which causes a potential miss. Anything missable when you're on the rail on this table. Not saying he should. You're better off. My.
Wow. Sorry, I gasped at that as he missed it.
You're good. I'm gasping as well. I just can't figure it out. Either one of them. Wanting it too much at the moment.
Scott, does a tight pocket like that, like a 4-inch pocket, does that affect sometimes your mental game getting down?
Yeah, no question. That's what's taking place. And this is under 4 inches, these pockets. So there's no question that that's a big part of it, right? You mentioned Tevez has played on this table several times before, and I get that, right? But still, under the lights on this stage, it will definitely start to mess with you. Once again, living by the hair of his chinny chin.
All right. And Tevez re-extends the lead, the 7-5. Scott, I gotta say, if he didn't lose that last rack, he'd have been on the hill.
No question.
Getting that mistake up.
Yeah, no question. I think there's. Listen, I understand, but I think there's 3, maybe 4 games where it was literally tic-tac-toe for Tevez. So there's been multiple games where that happened. But then you look at Dean Shields where he's had the opportunity. I mean, they've really been laid out for him as well. He just hasn't got it done.
All right, so we're going to be going into rack number 13. Christopher Tevez in the lead, 7-5.
And for me, Tevez hasn't played bad. It's been like the silly mistake where you're supposed to just naturally finish. Something happens like the double hit or the missed 7 or just weird stuff. Same thing with Dean Shields.
$16 on the break.
Yeah, I believe he's been the better breaker without any question as well. Want to avoid the 4 and 7 here coming back down. Do you stay a little bit above or a little bit below the left side? I think you've got to get below it. You come all the way down. Really gambling here. Well, he's found the gap. What do you think, Franco? Is he flat here? Does he have to pinch back? What's he got to do?
I think he's got to come back with it, Scott. I think he might be a little flat.
If he's looking out there, what's that?
Yeah, he might, maybe.
I can't tell. He's drawn back, trying to get through this gap, 1 rail out. Yeah. He can stay a little aggressive here, punching twice, but the 5 does play in the left side if you want to just tuck out of the lower right. I don't think that's what he's going to do. Yeah, he's coming all the way around. Very well done.
Cringe every time I hear somebody dropping cues.
Yeah, especially on a hard floor.
Yeah.
Can't count how many times I've dropped my cue, even on a carpeted floor, and the tip goes flying off. Used to happen with wood cues all the time because the vibration would send from the butt all the way to the shaft and just splinter that tip right off. Did not want to finish on the rail here. This is a long way from over. He doesn't seem to be panicked, though. So I guess he can come twice out above the 9. Big shot here. Oh, man.
Drilled it.
Yeah, what a great strike. Very, very confident strike.
Christopher Tevez gets himself to the hill. If he keeps playing that way, he might have earned himself a run to Texas.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and
All right, the U.S. Open coming up soon, guys. Let's get that score updated for you. Christopher Tevez on the hill. The score 8-5. Going into rack number 14.
All right, high again. The good news, Franco, is that he's made the 2 in the lower right. He's got to look at the 1, and it's fairly natural if you can get it down to the red 3.
Our next matchup after this, Scott, going to be Aloysius Yap, Anthony Maglino.
That's going to be a great match, to be honest with you. I'm excited to call that. Nice, smooth hit here. Just want to stay. I think he's fine. He can just drift this in, take the distance. It was a great hit right there on the 1. Going back to that match you just touched on, Maglino and Yap. Yap, one of my favorite players to call. I think, I'm going to say it, I think he's probably outside of Filler and Gorse. You got to put him there as well. I think he's the most consistent tournament player out there.
He doesn't do anything wrong.
No, he doesn't. And he's one of the nicest guys on the planet. He's a great friend of mine, and I'm very fortunate to say that. He will stop and talk to anybody. He's just a really good person, Aloysius. I'm not saying the other guys aren't. They're all great this day and age. He let up on that swing there. That's how the cue ball tracked forward. See the grin on his face.
Yeah.
Q-tip coming up, most likely, along with a little let up. One big shot away, though, really. He can cue into the bottom of the cue ball, so I don't know if he can beat the right side pocket or not by elevating, going to the left side. Okay, I can't tell exactly how he's hitting this. Wow.
Played that really well, Scott.
Yeah, it wasn't very elevated there. It was almost looking like he was stunning the ball, but he did draw it over. He's 4 away. Be a strong finish here. I don't believe he's too thin. He'd like to have been a little thicker here on the 7, but he can hold. Well done. Very well done. I like what I see for the most part with Christopher Tevez. It's refreshing to see another player like this out here. I look for big things from him in the future.
Listen to this 9-ball, Scott. This place is going to erupt here in a second.
Classic billiards player representative.
All right, Christopher Tevez takes down 15 shields in this matchup. He's going to move on to the next round. Guys, we're going to be back here in a few minutes. We're going to get set up for our next match. Aloysius Yap versus Anthony Maglino. Don't go anywhere.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
All right, guys, this is going to be the good one. Anthony Maglino. Aloysius Yap. A lot of people have been talking about Maglino being on the Mosconi Cup team, you know, in person, you know, getting to that next level. Here's the chance. All right, here's the lag. And it looks like Yap is going to win the lag. Freezer will be with us here in a few moments. I'm going to get everything started. Guys, do me a favor. If you're watching on Billiard Sports Network YouTube, we have 3 other tables. You can share them out across your socials. Free to watch. Rack number 1. Aloysius breaking. Dry break from Aloysius.
Every new beginning starts with courage.
Sorry about that, folks. Hit the wrong button. I was joking around with Maglino. I tell him that he looks like Michael Douglas from the movie Falling Down. Puts the cue to the top rail. Aloysius coming to the table. 2 and 7 are in the way. Aloysius will play off the right side. Just wants to kind of go into the 1 full. Maglino up to the table. Anthony's an enigma to me. Sometimes he's, full gear, and sometimes he plays. I'm not going to call it excessive safety. I'm not going to say that because it's not excessive. But he can switch his game on a dime, in my opinion. Put him in jail time here. Aloysius. It's going to be tough to get around behind the 1. Oh, just misses hitting it on hand to Anthony. 4, 9, and 6 all in one tough spot. 3 ball might be able to help them out. All right, Anthony's just going to hold the cue ball, leave an angle, play the 2 and decide to roll a cue down for the 3. And here's going to be the shot for Anthony. With the 4 pretty much being able to be played up top or the side pocket. Got to take the gamble here of whether or not he's going to move the 9 ball. All right, so Anthony only gets to the 4. So that tells me he's going to use the 5 to break out the 6. Unless he decides to go backwards and clip the 9 now. Actually, more stun than backwards. Looks like that's what he's going to do, stun down into the 9. All right, 2 rail spin here for Anthony. Top rail, left rail, back over for the 6. And 6 to the corner pocket. With the new cloth on the table. Lends very well for the cue ball to be drawn. So Anthony can just draw the 6 off the rail. That's a 7 to the top right corner. High and a little bit of inside coming off that right rail, bring them back over for the 8. Eight ball in the corner pocket, cue ball down for the 9 to the bottom right. It looks like Anthony's going to take game number 1. A little overexposed on that one. So Jose Burgos racking the balls here on the main table. All right, rack number 2. Meglino in the lead, 1-0. They broke that rack at 17.85. Thanks to our friends over there at Break Demon. Now this could be trouble. Yap with a wide open table. Yeah, plays a 2 on the side. Comes one rail out for the 3. Here's a 3 ball in the side pocket. I'll just use a little bit of low left and just pull the cue towards the center of the table. Four to the 5 could be a little tough. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, I think he's fallen about perfect. We were just touching on Aloysius, and one of the reasons I love calling his play is he has such a good cue ball.
No wasted movement.
No.
With him. Everything is deliberate and to the point.
And we talk about pace. Pay attention to his around the table. It's very consistent. Something the reason I bring this up so much is it was one of my biggest vices. I guess being maybe a money player, when the heart rate got up, my pace would get much quicker, and I really didn't have good control of it. And these guys are just a whole different ballgame when it comes to that. And I'm telling you, for the amateurs at home and something that I teach, I cannot stress it enough. It's so important to have some type of process or a routine that keeps you in line with that speed around the table. Because once that goes away, the inconsistencies are constantly coming up. These guys are all about repetition, just making the same movements over and over and over, almost to the point where it's boring.
Personally, I think boring pool is the best pool when you just run out and run out.
Absolutely.
Poetry in motion.
I think the other thing is somebody was asking me for some help yesterday, and he's asked me many, many times, and I've tried to help him. I think the other thing for us out there that want to improve our pool games really comes down to how bad you want it. Now, you can tell me you want it bad, but how bad do you really want it? And I think that's probably one of the biggest deciding factors. This guy here, just so rock solid. He struggles as well, though. He's human. Just not as much as we do, Frank.
True. Oh. Yeah, takes this rack down, makes the score 1-1 in a race to 9. So Florida Open, Scott, do you have any early favorites? Is he on the table currently?
Well, obviously, I think it doesn't really even need to be said, but I think whoever does well in this tournament, meaning I think, the final 4, I think you want to look at all of those guys. I still continue to look for a player like Jonas Suto to break through, or, a Christopher Tevez or one of these guys, and it's going to happen, but I don't know when. I mean, Josh Filler, man, I'm sorry, but I don't care what you think of him. He's actually a very good guy. I think you and I were actually talking about this off camera yesterday. I think Josh Fielder kind of gets a bad rap at times, and I understand why, but I'll tell you what, you talk about a player. This guy is just, he really is, I believe, the best player in the world, and so dominant.
All right, rack number 2. Aloysius to break. The score tied up 1-1.
And that's a patented break shot right there. I mean, just absolutely perfect. Watch the cue ball here. One rail directly into the 9. Nice and flush. It's exactly what he wants. Does have some work to get back down to the 3, but it's definitely doable. You could kill it, meaning check it off the left long rail, check it off the top rail. Inside of the purple, you'd have to warp it a little bit. I don't know that he's going to do that. I think he's weighing it up. He's looking at it. There's no question. He'd arc the cue ball. You want to catch the 2 a little thicker than you think, but now he's looking at the 3-4. He'd love to get past the 5 on the left side of the table. I think it's doable. This table bites really well. It looks like he's drawing this, but I think he might be check drawing it. Yeah, that's what he did. And he did it with perfection. Really dug into that ball with an extreme inside.
All right, 6 ball for Yap down to the corner. Just draw the cue to the right-hand side. Play the 7 in the same pocket.
Yeah, see what he did there? Just something came through his mind he didn't like, so he just regrouped real quick. I think that's something that, we really want to pay attention to as an amateur player. Don't pull the trigger if it doesn't feel right. This is what I'm talking about. Look at the speed. He's absolutely perfect to punch one rail out. It's just perfect. Everything he does with the cue ball is fantastic.
All right, Yap over to the 9 ball. Going to play the 9 ball into the bottom left corner. That's going to give him a 2-1 lead. Look at the shot that he took to get out of the rack. Part of the instant classic by Classic Billiards. All the way back down to the 3. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the BSN broadcast. Like I said, if you're just joining us, my name is Frank Miletti. We got my man Scott the Freezer Frost with us.
Good stuff. Thank you, Frankie.
Dave's got the.
Did you superimpose that smile?
Mine, yeah, mine's
No, mine.
No, mine's all AI. I can tell you that.
Good stuff. Yeah, you look like you're ready for the Golden Gloves or something.
Well, staying with that GTA theme, going with a little bit of the mob boss.
Yes, sir.
All right, rack number 4. Aloysius up 2-1. His break.
Yeah, we've seen this. One going high. And everything dry. Open table here.
Nope.
A
Just
clean
like that
look.
song.
Yeah, you're good. The clean look to the corner here. Anthony has an odd style for me. An odd style. But what a hard worker. What a hard player. There's just no give up in him. He's very consistent and works very hard on his pool game. Not a natural player. There's no question he is not a natural player. He's just a very hard worker. I don't know that there's too many players that try harder than Anthony Maglino.
No, he plays on everything too. He's at least down here. I always see his name in all the tournaments.
I don't know how flat he fell here. If he can kind of punch draw over, or does he have to go all the way back up? Yeah, he punched through it. He's going to have that distance now. Always a little worrisome this shot because you just don't want to fall flat on the green 6, meaning straight. I mean that because where the 8's at, you want to steer clear of that, clearly. Stay down below. Oh, I like how he used the pro side of the pocket there. Really good, Frank. That was really good,
Gives a
actually.
nice exit angle for the 6.
Yes. Tell you what, he's not afraid to leave distance. He's managed the cue ball well. Everything looks pretty good to me.
All right, excuse me, and Maglino on to 9. Look to take this 9 down to the bottom corner and tie this game up.
Yeah, you didn't want to end up on this 50.
Center pocket for Maglino. 2-2 here on the score.
What's up, everybody? This is Dave from Classic Billiards down here in South Florida. We do things a little bit differently here compared to your old pool hall. Doesn't smell like mothballs. It's not exactly a library, and nobody's shushing you like this is church. We're all about having fun, eating chicken wings, drinking beer, and knocking some balls around. Don't let that mistake you. We still got the skills, baby. So if you're ever down in South Florida, come check us out at Classics.
All right, coming out of the break, 4-4. I'm sorry, 2-2 on the score. Rack 4 just completed. Going into rack number 5. Maglino to break.
A lot of you that aren't familiar with Maglino, I would not be surprised if this match goes to the wire. I would not be surprised if Maglino won. He's just that type of fighter. Very consistent. No give up in him. Got a lot of movement on the 9 there. Just a little thin. It's going to be the rollout. Be a little careful with the 3-9 over there. Some type of carom or anything in the near future. I don't mind this left side of the table, meaning like the upper left corner, maybe shoot through the 8, send the 8 to the upper rail, just kind of drift down into that upper left corner, excuse me. I mean, that's an option, obviously.
Any benefit to playing the 4 and just putting it down towards the 2?
Nah, I don't know, Frank. I don't know. I think he's kind of going at what I said there. Just because this is a tricky spot to get away from. What you really want when you're pushing out is for your opponent to give it back. You want to remain in control of the table any way you can. And this is pretty tricky. I'd be surprised if he gives this back. I think the 5 is a big ball here. I think you can bank this 2 rails back up behind 4 and 7 and just drift over. You've got 3 balls to potentially get behind. And I think that's what Maglino's got up his sleeve here if he were to get it back. Now, what Yap just did walking around like that is he looked to see how much space is between the 2 and the rail, meaning that if he tries to send the 2 up the left side of the table, he's got to have a little gap there so he doesn't catch the double kiss. You really only need to hit about half the ball, though, I believe. Cue ball naturally going to track up behind the purple. Watch for the double kiss. It's the only way this really goes wrong, I think, unless the speed's just completely off. If he gives it back, it's much tougher than I think. Well done. Great speed. Got more out of the 2 than I expected. I thought he might get a little more out of the cue ball and less on the 2. He just played more 2 ball up past those. I don't believe he was ever going to give that back. It gets a lot more difficult if you get the cue ball higher up into that upper corner there on that rollout.
Scott, you want to hear our TV table match for 12 o'clock tomorrow?
Sure.
Justin Bergman and David Alcady.
All right. The 2 did not catch the rail. That's a big match. Bergman and Alcady.
It could be a Mosconi Cup match later this year.
Right about that. What a veteran Dave is in the Mosconi Cup. I don't know how many years he's played, but it's been a lot.
7-0. He's never lost one.
Really?
Actually, I'm sorry, 6-0 and 1 tie. He's never lost a Mosconi.
Really?
Yes, sir. If he's on the team, you're in trouble.
I believe he's 47 years old. Don't quote me on that, but we've talked a lot about it. He runs every day. He's in great shape, great health, great spirits. Mental side of David Alcady's game is as good as they get. And who really competes better than him at 47 on the tour?
Nobody.
I don't think so.
Maybe Shane, when Shane gets up to that age. But
yeah, well, they're never going to tie up in the age bracket. So
yeah,
Shane 43. For Shane, I think that's a very old 43, as he has really just put so many miles into the tournaments and travel. Going at the 3-9 here. because of where the 5 is at, is why he's doing this. Going to leave him elevated directly over the 6 in case he misses it, but I don't think that'll happen.
All right, Yep takes the quick route, 3 to the 9. I'm going to give him 3-2 here on the score.
Thank you, Franco. Unshakable Performance, been working on this 9 years, obviously a lot more in the last year and a half. I almost don't know what to do with myself when we launched this because we were working on it nonstop. I say we, I have a partner on the back end that's built all of this. My fingerprints are all over everything. There's 3 courses, Core, Pro, and Elite. They are all the same. You go in and check it out. You'll see what you get for each course. Core, Pro, and Elite are not related to how good you are. It's a 30-day course. And I cover absolutely everything. It's probably the best value for your money that you could ever get for something that can help your pool game. Use code VICE10, and there is a link down below in the description. Thank you guys so much for just checking it out. Lastly, if you do go to that course, once you get to the website, scroll down. There's a video of me talking about what you'll get. Little wobbly on that overhead there. I don't know what was happening.
That was me. Sorry.
Oh, it was you and the
Yeah.
camera, you're saying?
I zoomed in too quick. So
Oh,
I shook
okay.
it.
Okay. All these techie things I don't understand. I mean, this hit is just really, really sweet. Cue ball once again, just one rail dead flush into the 9. So consistent. Nothing great here, Frank. I think he can
No.
go to the upper left, but how do you get on the 3? Can you get down past the 5 out of the upper right?
Meaning, well, yeah, it's going to be tough. Get to that side of the table. He's got a big room there between a 9 and a 5, but
Okay, he's using a low ball. I don't exactly know what he's playing here.
2 rails, right side top, over. No.
Caught it a little fat. Don't believe this 2 passes the green 6. Maybe it does, but even if it does, I believe this is extremely difficult. It's always going to be the problem if you're chipping it. You know the green 6 is about the size of California. To avoid it, some big problem there trying to get past it. You have to make your mind up whether you're chipping that 2 below it or above it. Not dead in the face.
A little tough here for Aloysius on the 3-8. He might just play the stop position. Hold the cue ball behind the 8, sending the 3 around the table. Look at this shot.
Yeah, great replay there. Pretty big ball to hit. A couple of good things could happen.
All right, and Loisis gets ball in hand from the beautifully executed safety.
I'd love to find a way to get straight on the 5. I don't think that's going to happen. You might come back. You don't want to catch a piece of the 5 coming back. I think he wants to get as flat as he can here, though. Yeah, very well done. That way you can track down the left side of the 9, not to the right side. Makes things so much easier. It wasn't tough. I'm kind of like making it out like that was really tough, but still good thinking. It's got options. 7 does play to the upper right, clearly. This tight table will make you think twice about it, though, Frankie.
It does. Yeah, even the best players. Said earlier, a table humbles them.
Yeah, once again, absolutely perfect, and I can't tell you how easy he made that look in such a difficult position to just stun it up there to where you've got this perfect angle and tight range.
All right, 2 balls left here for Loisis. Take a 2-game lead on Anthony. He's going to play the 8 ball right to the top left. 2 rails for the 9. Couldn't draw the line better to it. 9 ball going to the bottom left. Loisis takes a 4-2 lead here. All right, coming out of break 4-2. Aloysius over Anthony Maglino. Aloysius to break here in rack number 7.
Yeah, watch the cue ball here. 1 rail flush into the 9. He did get the 2 down. The 1's going to dress up, and the 7 is going to spoil the fun.
All right, Yap going to come around the 7. He's not liking that play either. Let's take a look at the overhead. Even coming down to the bottom, which would have been the bottom rail where the 9 is, having 2 rails. He could maybe do a little bit of a tough shot, bottom rail, left rail, over for the 3rd rail into the 1, but they're asking a whole lot of that shot. All right, Lewis plays the rollout. Basically daring Anthony to jump it in.
Anthony going to attempt to mini swerve around the 7, catch the rail, make the 1. He does. Nice shot by Anthony Maglino. He's going to get good position on the 3, gets himself back in line. Play the 3, a little bit of a hold, give himself the angle for the 4 to the top left, coming across the table for the 5. Doesn't need to overplay the shot here, just simple stop right where he's at. Oh, Anthony drew the ball, which I don't think he needed to do. That's going to cost him the shot. Three down, doubles across the table, back to the 4. Yeah, we'll just play the 4 into the corner. Should double the rail, left rail back over for the right rail. Then back out for the 5 into the top right. He wanted to be a little further than that. We'll just play the 5 up into the top right. I'm going to draw the cue ball. Should just draw it under the 6, but he's changed his mind a little bit. I'm going to reassess the situation.
Yeah, I don't know. Can he? I think he can go forward, come across the top of the 6 for the left side or even the upper left corner. Now he's looking to draw it, like you said. 1 roll over. He's going to have to put something into this, though. It looks pretty steep to draw. That's why I felt like going forward's better. Needs to carry. Not going to happen. Almost a little let up, it looked like in the stroke, like something raised up. Maybe the back arm just a bit, I don't know. Frankie, I think Maglino going to live behind the 8 here.
I would agree with you on that. Or he's going to live behind the 9, maybe?
Is he looking at the combination? Boy, this combination not tough on a table like this. I am surprised. He is such a... He must feel very good about it. Can't argue with it. Clearly felt very good about it.
Wow. Great shot.
Yeah, he made it look extremely easy, where I don't think I'm ever even considering that. The safe was so good. Well, he was clearly going to the side there, Frank, and came up a little short.
Yeah, but he's got to back up to his game plan here. Just play it to the corner. All right, Yap's going to get out of this rack. Started with the turnover. Anthony taking the 3 into the corner. Drawing the ball instead of maybe just leaving it where it was at. Yap is going to take a 5-2 lead now. All right, rack number 8. Aloysius to break in the lead 5-2.
Okay. It's the second time we've seen this one hold up. It's going to be dry, clearly. You really got to take advantage of this position, Frank, right? You know the man at the other end of this challenge here, Aloysius Yap, is not going to let up.
Now's the time to pounce. He's got to decrease that lead that Aloysius has.
Very unconventional style and stroke. It works for him, clearly. But that big pause in the back always gets my heart racing a little bit.
All right, Anthony, out to the 3 ball. Just a little bit to the left of it.
Yeah, I see a big smirk and he's kind of talking to himself. That tells me he's landed as straight as you can. I mean, it looks on our screen, Frank, that he could play the 4 on the left side, but it's probably much steeper than we think.
All right, Anthony taking this to the corner. Wonder if you could have rolled forward a little bit more on that, Scott.
Yeah, I understand. I think I like his decision here, though. I think he can get a direct position line here by banking at this. Probably the biggest pocket out of the 2 sides as well. Just going to draw straight back if he felt correct on it. Just hit it a little short.
All right, now Yap has some options. He can play off about a quarter of the ball, leaving the cue ball behind that 8.
Boy, this seems like a tall order. Is he using the 8 here? Or is he trying to thin it even more? Yeah, just always asking for a lot there. Trying to pinch it over behind the 8. And you're still never really out of the woods because the cue ball does fit between the left long rail and the 8. So the kick would have always been available. I don't know. I'm definitely not going to question him. But I'm questioning him. All right, good hit.
Anthony, pretty much connect the dot rack here. Should be able to just play stop on the 6, 7 to the bottom left corner. Just look to stun the cue. Eight ball goes clean to the corner. One rail down. Might even catch the second rail. Not going to get on the 9 ball. Just pinches the ball off the rail. All right. Anthony pockets that ball and makes the score 5-3. Takes a little bit of that lead away from Aloysius.
I'm Justin Bergman and I'm watching Billiard Sports Network.
Ich bin Moritz Neuhausen und ihr schaut gerade Billiard Sports Network.
I'm Efrem Bata Reyes. You're watching Billiard Sport.
Efren Baltarreyes. We got 6-3 on the score. Yep, the break. One misses the side pocket.
Yeah, the 2 is down. How does it finish? I believe he's got a nasty look at the 1. He's going to have to swerve it or jump it. Can you bend kick at this? Like bending it below the 7. The problem is the push out's not a lot of fun either.
Looks like yeah, bump back to get his jump cue. He's going to take the jump on into the top left.
Yeah, I guess he's looking for distance here. I don't believe he's going for the make. I feel like the 1 is outside the knuckle. Oh, he did go for the make. Then a little misled. I could not tell, but there must have been a gap between the cushion and the ball. Look at this, Frank. He's got a pretty good cross side here. And I would assume the 4 passes the 9. Bad news for the hometown hero.
Oh, double clutch on that one.
Yeah, I might have given him a warning or a ticket for jaywalking there, but I'll let him slide this time. I guess he's worried about maybe being able to stiffen this enough without the double kiss, but I'm pretty sure he can work with it. The 3's quite a bit off the rail. It's just a heavy ball hit with a tick of inside, nice and easy. Is he actually looking at the chop? Wow, he's looking to chop this. Never mind. I was completely fooled, and I think he fooled himself there. I had a good look at that bank, and I am almost certain it was bankable to the right side.
Yeah, what a late odds on it.
He just talked himself out of it, which we've all done. Now, as a matter of fact, I think we should give him a ticket for jaywalking, Frank.
Coming back for it, yeah.
He's earned it. Just you see the chicken wing there?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything just kind of broke down on him. At times, that big pause in the backswing will induce a let up or acceleration. tight hand. A lot of different things can happen there. I believe. Now, I don't want to predict this because it's hard for me to tell, but I believe he's got to cut it this back and forth. Pretty natural to the pink 4. Yeah, so really all a result, Frank, of the minor breakdown on the long ball from Maglino.
Yeah, making quick work after that miss. Going to take the 9 into the corner. We have 7-3. Yap over Maglino. Seven 3 on the score. Yeah, breaking in rack number 11.
Yeah, starting to slide away a little bit or slip away a little bit from Maglino. It kind of felt like he was going to stick around. And I feel like this sets up for him, really, this table, but hasn't really been the case. His opponent, an absolute monster.
Makes the 1 on the side 2 open for him, Scott.
Yeah, we see this 2 fall into this almost exact position quite a bit. It's really an odd position at that. I feel like you can go to the upper left corner here. Can you avoid the 6 coming 2 rails out of the upper right? I think there's big value just coming towards the 3 if you can avoid the 6, even if you get to the left side of the 3, boating that you make the 2 in the upper left. I think then you can work with the 3 in one fashion or another. And I think you take a little pressure off yourself shooting the 2 to the upper left because the 3 is tied up. And I think that's what he's looking at. Can you get down here somewhere? That's what he's looking at. Yeah, and your pressure's off of you here, kind of. Now, I'm not saying he's going to make it. He doesn't have to, but it's not the end of the world if you don't. kind of in the back of his mind had it in the overcut range, Frank.
Yeah. If he got there, he was in trouble. Let's see Maglino play off the left side of the 2, try to put the cue behind the 5.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe he's a little concerned it's some type of crash with the 3-8 or 9 on the 2 and not provide all cover, but I don't mind it at all. I don't see a lot that could go wrong with your shot. You could take a chance and thin the right side of the 2, almost like you're cutting it to the upper left and try and track down 1-2 behind the pink or the 9. But that too is very dangerous. You could spin off the left side of the 2 and wrap around 1-2-3 down below the pink. Yeah, this is what he's looking at. How's the speed? Yeah, he's trying to do the same thing. Really I think he obviously caught it maybe a touch thicker than he wanted. I don't know that he wanted the 2 that close to the left side, but it worked out.
Anthony going back, getting his jump cue. I think it's the first time I've seen him use it. Yeah, had to pull it out of the case. What's in the bag?
What's in the bag, Shag? Looking down the line of the upper left corner, I think he's trying to draw this cue ball 1-2 back behind the 9-8 tall order here. Easy to catch this 2 full. Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
That's pretty chilly to catch that upper knuckle. Take a nosy. Catches the knuckle there. Pretty cold-blooded. Wow. What a hit. What a hit. He actually looked at that line. So it wasn't like he fluked it. There's no question. He played it. Needs a little help here. Splatter and pray.
I don't know, Scott. He just makes the great jump shot. Puts the cue away for the next jump shot. I think maybe I would have kept it in my hand.
Yeah, I don't know that he could have there, Franco. I
No.
think there was another ball in the way. I don't know. I didn't really see it jumpable. You could be right, though. It's always possible. I know your man here is ripping out the jump cue. Such a tool that's used so much now. It's incredible. I do think that there should be a rule. You get like a lifeline of 5 jump cues per match, right? And you put the box up there with, 5 boxes, and you X. What are they? Another big hit from these guys. 2 of the best jump shots we've seen all week. Well, the day's just started.
I like that. Take it. Only
You understand what I'm saying?
Like challenges in football or timeouts. Right?
Yeah, exactly. You have like 5 boxes on each player's side. You use one of them. There's an X in the box, right? You got 4 left. I think it just brings a little more to the game. Don't want to eliminate the jump cue, but boy, sometimes you get punished from it for making a good shot. You see the flick of, sorry, Frank. You see the flick of the hand there when he hit that like he was unhappy with position? Most people would be thrilled to be right here. I think feels like he's just a little straighter than he wanted to be. I don't think there's a problem.
Four balls away from the hill for Yap.
Yeah, he could have used. Is he clear? He is clear, so that's good. He's one of the best in the world at this shot here. Really light acceleration. Holds the cue ball so well. We call it soft hands. Yeah, he wiggled that one home.
A little bit of life on that one. Right, 2 left for Yap to get to the hill. 8 ball on the side. 9 ball going to the corner. All right, and Yap is the first one to the hill with a score of 7-3. Our next matchup after this at 8 p.m. is going to be Gerson Martinez and Jonas.
No way.
Yes, sir.
I was going to say, wow, it would be a treat if he was playing Jonas. Both of those guys are run and gun players, fast paced, high powered. That will be fun.
That'll be our 8 o'clock matchup. And our last matchup of the night also.
Yeah, that will be fun. That's a great matchup right there. Gerson, a great player, but he just doesn't seem to finish yet. I look for that to start happening anytime. Another classic billiards player rep, right?
Yes,
Gerson Martinez.
I think he had the tournament's a classic billiards rep.
No kidding.
No one in the side.
Yeah, how often are we going to see that where it catches the top knuckle in and out? Another mess, Frank.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, wouldn't want to be in Anthony's shoes at this point. My goodness, my
Wow.
goodness. He just comes with shot after shot, but then something happens.
He does get unlucky sometimes. Does that come with the free style of shooting?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they say it all equals out. I've felt like my whole life I've seen players that kind of run well and some that don't. Like SVB, Yeah, sorry guys. Like SVB, I feel like SVB has always ran pretty good. He's just kind of that style. But then I see other players that are quite the opposite. Maybe that's crazy. Great long ball to the upper right. Still got a lot of work to do. Another great shot. This would be a spectacular out if he could manage, but he's fallen a little tricky again. Very steep now. Purple 5 is next. That's up top. Do you crash into the 9 here? I think you have to. Unless you can draw around 3 rails and just miss the 9 on the low end. And then avoid the lower left corner. Yeah, it went flush into it. Yeah, it's a lot of work he's put into this rack so far, and it's just barely halfway over. Needs to settle. Well, you've gone this far. You got to take this on to the lower left. You just have to. Back and forth with snow. 7 obviously to the upper right. Excuse me, upper left. The score line just doesn't lend to playing defense. Great hit.
Oh, watch this.
My goodness, he's put a lot of work into this rack. Started out with the cross bank to the upper left corner, wrapped all the way around down for the blue 2 to the upper right length of the table. Made that, then had a long 3. One of the toughest outs I've seen for today, if he can manage. Probably the toughest out, actually, I've seen for the day, of course.
All right, Maglito's going to play the 8 to the bottom corner. Slide the cue around the 9. Play it into the same pocket. All right, we have 8-4 here on the score.
Hello, guys. I'm Feder Gorst, and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
Because that's how I communicate with Matchroom.
So Bluetooth?
It was just any sound that comes.
But that's Look at this layout, Frank. What the heck is going on?
They all just went to one side.
Is
It's like
this-
the old. It's like the old 8-ball break when you.
Is it real? I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen anything like this after the cut break. 7 balls all within, well, if you went out there and had some big arms and just put them in a circle, they're all inside it. That is very strange. You better be careful going up table. He will punish you. He's got the gap between the 6 and 9. That's helpful. I really like the idea.
Yes.
Yeah, I liked his idea, Anthony. Just really had to get that cue ball up table. Don't believe he's going to enjoy this. Sorry about that, guys. Franco just ripped the headset off and took off on me. Yeah, this is nasty. It really just needs contact, which is like 90% of the battle here. Any spin, so tough to judge. He's got to put a little left on it. Yeah, and he's overjuiced it. He is not going to like what's coming next. Well, if the 7's wired, then he's just going to run out. He's got to cut the 7 just a fraction. I believe he wants to leave the 2 right there. That's why he's so intent on the cue ball position. Really working in a tight area here after the combination. Well, he used all the pocket. Well, Frank, a couple of mistakes from Yap, early, but I mean, I feel like he's played quite solid on this table, this match. Not giving up much room for error.
Now, only a couple mistakes, and I think the chalk was 3 on this, but playing against someone of Yap's speed, it's tough sometimes. All right, 3 left for Yap.
Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back at 8 p.m. sharp,
8
Frank.
p.m. sharp. Gerson Bosa Martinez, also known as Pompas. This is Jonas Soto Camino.
Yeah, and his nickname is the Island Boy. I'm not a fan. I think he's the Flash.
Island Boy. Yeah, we might be out of here by 8:30. Those two.
Yeah. You know, as soon as we say that, we'll be here till 1 a.m. Lois yap.
We're going to be here at 1 a.m. anyway, Scott.
Good
Nobody
call.
leaves
Good
Classic-
call, Frank.
Nobody leaves Classic Billiards early. Congratulations to Aloysius Yap and Anthony Maglino. All right, guys. We're going to head out of here. Before we go, I want to have Scott talk to you about Unshakable Performance.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Basically 9 years in the making, guys, and I really felt like I was exposing myself when I launched this program. I was very nervous, even though I know what's inside this course. It's a weird feeling, kind of just opening myself up to the world. It's everything I've learned, everything I've felt, everything that we need, and there's nothing like it. Just check it out, please. Click the link. It's in the bio. Save 10%. Use the code VICE10. I'd greatly appreciate it. There's a video on the website. Just scroll down, take a look at the pricing, and I appreciate all the support. We'll see you soon.
Not drawing it right now, no.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. I am with my man, Billiard Sports Network, Frank Mialetti, and this is a match that I've been waiting for all afternoon. Gerson Martinez versus Jonas Suto, and they are both powerhouses. They love the offensive side of the game. Don't get me wrong, they can play all sides of the game. But one thing they shouldn't need, Frank, is the shot clock.
No.
Thank you all for tuning in. Please do us a favor. This is at no expense to you. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. That's important. Support the ones that are supporting pool, working hard. Thank you very much. Game number 1, Gerson Martinez to break. And there's another look. I mean, really, not bad. Maybe a little thin. You don't want to come into the bottom side of the 9. This is always the result. The cue ball's going to finish low. I don't believe he has a good look at the 2, and he does not. Can he get in behind it? We call it the kick and stick. And I don't believe that's the case either. Unless he is fooling me.
Good shot in the corner there, Scott.
I thought he was snookered.
No, he got it in.
Misleading.
Gerson plays a 3 all the way up to the top rail, leaving the 7 in the way. May have taken the kick from the side rail away from Jonas. And kick and stick from Jonas sends it all the way back down table behind the 9. 7 in front of it also, 2 rails.
Excuse me. Now, oftentimes we build players up and they are both fast-paced, really entertaining players. But once again, let's not forget we're on 3.9-inch pockets. Sometimes the table just lends to a little slower-paced game and a lot of tactical stuff. Caught that thinner than he'll like. This is going to open up for a great starter for who I call the Flash, Yonosuto. And another one that I feel he has been close, but I feel he's within a year, maybe a little longer, of really breaking through. You didn't get enough out of that. Once again, hard to tell. He's eyeing it down. Does it go by the brown 7 to the upper right? If not, he could 2-rail the 4 back down table towards the middle diamond. He's going to follow it. I like cinching him on the 9. Excuse me, the ball did go. I am terrible. Just calling it what it is. Possesses a lot of power and a pretty compact swing.
It's one of the things that makes me a fan about him, Scott, is that little swing that he has. He just gets the ball there.
Sure does. It's really a thing of these players with the carbon shafts. Most of them very compact players, and they get so much out of the cue ball due to how clean they strike it, their follow through, their technique, all their timing, everything else. Level cue. Filler, probably, for me, one of the longer strokes in the game. No question, the longest bridge in the game.
1-0. Jonas taking down Gerson here in rack number 1.
Power, precision, prestige, unleashing tour-level performance, built for the biggest stage. Powered by Q-Tech, inspired by Matchroom, the Nineball series.
All right, back from the action. 1-0. Jonas over Garson Martinez. Person from Peru. He actually picked me up from the airport.
Did he?
Yeah, him in El Rio. Picked me up when I flew in here the other day.
Dang. All right, that's cool. And it is going to be ball in hand with a great opener here. Really, where is the trouble? I don't see a lot of it. Everything leads to one another once you get on the red 3. Really don't need to stay below the red 3 either. You can just get past the 9 and you're okay. A little flatter than I think you want to be, but he should be just fine. Side pocket readily available for the pink 4. Gerson looks like he's got a fresh hairdo. Nice little chop there. Must be nice to be young.
It's been nice to have hair.
That's kind of where I was headed with it, Frank. Yeah, it's going to get away from him a little bit. That's why they made 6 pockets. He's still going to the side here. Am I misled again by this angle? Looks like he's got a back cut this ball. I guess it's all right. He wouldn't be shooting it. Yeah. No problemo, he said. Great speed. Yeah, does he just take the distance here? He's got a slight cut on the 6. I don't think it's a problem. You can just pinch. I don't think you overthink this, but he could go forward. Yeah, don't fault there. I like taking the distance. Don't try to do anything that's going to add a little extra work. There's some big flinch there in the elbow. He got it down. Took a big gulp right there. Knew he did not like that finish in the cueing.
Gerson gets a nice bump on the 9-ball. We'll play this in the side pocket. Look to tie this game up 1-1. All right, so this is our matchup for the night. We know tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, it's going to be David Alcady squaring up here in the ring against Justin Bergman. You guys want to make sure you tune into that tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, coming into rack number 3, score is 1-1. Just waiting for the players, referees to update the score. Should be any moment. There we go, 1-1 on the score.
Yeah, all the way out in the end of the break box there. Obviously for good reason. It was a great strike. If he doesn't get the 2 frozen here, I think he takes the cross side on. Here's another look at the break shot. Really what I think you want to do, I like drawing that cue ball 2 rails back above the 9. Oftentimes tracking directly into the 9 can pose a scratch in the side or the corner. I believe he goes cross-side here. Or does he just take the safety? Can't fault him. Really good percentage play. And a very good cue ball. Well, is this just a high karate trying to use the 3 here? Absolutely. What a great hit. Notice the speed at which he hit this. He did not have to hit it really hard to get that cue ball to arc forward. It's more of a medium or less medium hit versus a speed hit. The cue ball going to arc regardless, especially on the newer claw. That is a great tool to have in your bag. Shows his experience. I believe he's got 3 cushion ability as well. Martinez, let's see, 2 rails tight behind the 2. Caught it thin. Yeah, kind of apologized there. Is he playing the combination? Can't you 3-rail the 2 and cinch him up behind the green? Or even go forward? Boy, this seems tough once again. I mean, just a tall order. Of course, he's a genius if he makes it, but Franco, that was tough.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough shot to go at, Scott. Kind of like what you were saying.
You know, with the defensive play kind of staring you down in the face. It's a little concerning, that decision, to be honest with you, on this table and this type of stage. Look, you've got 5 more big events coming up. You want to start out right. I like the defensive play Gerson played starting off, and then the one that Jonas played. Why take a chance when the percentages aren't there? I really got into that one. Yeah, I like what he's doing there. That'll take you natural twice towards the green. Off the purple 5. Yeah, you want to be over on the left a little more. Should be just fine. I can't get over that hair. Looks like it's painted on.
All right, Gerson plays a 9 into the corner. Takes a 2-1 lead here on Jonas. Our last match, excuse me, last match of the night, Scott. What do you think about day 1 so far of Vice City Classic?
I've enjoyed it. I have enjoyed it. Using 12 tables, I think they're moving pretty good at a good clip. We're not overworking the players or the commentators. I really don't think. You're not making me come in at noon, which is very kind of you.
I think we definitely aimed to be player friendly for the bracket.
Yeah.
Make sure the guys weren't here too late, too early.
Right.
Especially the international players traveling 16,
It's important.
18 hours.
Yeah, very important, man. And I think the players recognize that, right? And, you know, with everything they've got coming up, this is really the first leg of many. And I think this is also a very important event for these guys. It's kind of like the first rack in a match. You won't believe it, but I believe the percentage is like 72% or 74%. Whoever wins the first rack in the match typically wins the match, right? That percentage. I think this tournament kind of sets the tone for what's to come here in the next few weeks. So they all want to perform well. Wow. Wow.
Almost on that one.
Big movement here. Clip the 6 first. Does he have the short stick out? Wow, you are just really no choice besides betting the game on this. I gotta make him a favorite. If he can reach it, I gotta make him a favorite. Not a big guy at all. Makes this, it's over.
Oof.
Yeah, he knew he let one slip by him there. Suta one long ball away, probably 2 long balls away, the 2 then the 3. Boy, this is one you do not want to get too cute with. I like the high ball.
Wow.
Not settled yet. He is the type of player that does get a slow start from time to time due to his pace around the table. I think there's a fine line between where you start to just naturally let yourself work into that pace or try to make that pace happen. And if you're trying to make it happen, it never seems to work out. I'm not saying that's the case here, but he and I have spoke about that prior. Could he potentially go with the 9 here? Yes, he could.
Gerson just clipping the 4 ball into the 9. I'll take a 3-1 lead here. Let's take a look around the room, Scott. Packed wall to wall here. No empty seat at the arena.
Yeah, that young lady right there walking in the red, that's Jackie. She manages the place.
MVP.
She is the nuts and bolts of the business walking right here. Sweet girl.
Gerson to break 3-1 on the score.
Yeah, look at the movement again on the 9. The break, really looking good for Martinez. I've watched him play a lot of matches where he just plays near flawless, and then at the end can at times stumble. I expect him to get through that if he hasn't already. His pace is a little slower than I expected or felt, which I like. I think it takes a little more time than Suto. Tricky coming out of the corner, Frank.
And he's got to go rail first. Try to get him between that 8-4 gap.
I feel if you go rail first and you catch it thick, you're in trouble. That worked out perfectly. Good call, Frank.
All right, 3 into the corner. I'm going to just maybe wrap around the 9 and the 6. 2 rails.
Doesn't want to be elevated. He's clear. A little light on the pace a couple of times. I think he's really trying to dial that speed in. The moisture, right? There's all those people you just touched on in the seats. It's humid outside. We are in Florida. It gets into the cloth, slows it down quite a bit. Yeah, really got to thump this one.
To be just a little bit more to the left.
Yeah, well done.
Wow, great shot.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, just get to where you're at now or a little past it. That's perfect.
Well, the room's happy. Notice knocking down that 9, making the score 3-2.
Yeah, at least one person in there is happy. I don't know. I just heard one guy out there screaming, "Vamos, baby!"
It's usually the same guy at every event.
I'm Mickey Krause, and you're watching Billiard Sports Network.
All right, rack number 6. Notice trailing by 1, score 3-2. Notice breaking. Keep an eye on the 1. Dead center of this one, break.
Yeah, it was. And I don't mind drawing 2 rails above the 9. Like I said earlier, I think you come away with more clean looks on the object ball. The 3 now is a troublesome. Does he have an angle here, Frank, where he can stun over somehow or go 1 rail down to get to the 3 to the left side?
He might.
Yeah, it looks like he does.
Kind of punch it a little bit.
Good speed to get off that rail as well. really actually very clever to stay aware or have the wherewithal to stay off that rail. If not, you're kind of drawing dead. I don't know how flat he is here, but he's acting like it's pretty flat. He's going to have to stun down, or can he slam through the brown 7 here? I don't like any of that. I mean, you hit it absolutely as good as he could, I think, to get where he was, or where he is.
Scott, I got to say, I've been receiving a lot of messages from a lot of our South American friends and Spanish friends that are very happy about their countrymen getting representation. Not that they don't, but you know that we're over here in Classic Billiards. They have Jonas and Fran and all the guys down there. Get a lot of their people up here to be able to see them all the time. So they're in the chat. Thanks to all of our South American fans for watching.
You don't want that to bite the wrong way. No, and back to those fans, you're right, Frank, and it's great to have them. We need the fans from everywhere to get behind their players, and I know that Dave is big on the South American players and fans. I think it's really important.
To have a race to 50, him and Arseni, for the Flash nickname.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I think Arseni's a little quicker, which is crazy.
All right, Jonas is going to tie it up 3-3. Somebody just said library. All right, score 3-3. Jonas breaking.
Watch out, 9. Watch out, 9.
There's the 9 in the side pocket.
Hello, yellow. Look at this. Nasty. And in a flash, 3 in a row for Suto.
Rack number 8. Jonas breaking. Quick turnaround here on the score. Trailing now up by 1. Ooh, caught the edge of that one, Scott.
Sure did. He's going to get away with it, too. I don't know what kind of look he'll have, but really lost the cue ball here. I don't think we're going to get another look at it, which is fine, but very thin hit on the break. He's looking to run into something here. I believe it would be the red 3. Yeah, he doesn't want to come behind the 3, meaning kicking it up somewhere, so I think that's why he's trying to elevate now and hold. If he does elevate, I think he'll go towards the pink 4. Can he avoid the left side of the pink 4 and be up and out? He's overcut it. And that's how he's lost the cue ball. I felt like just going at the pink 4 was worth the risk. Pretty hard not to come away with a shot on the 3. And how does Martinez respond after 3 in a row? From Gerson, excuse me, from Suto. Yeah, Frank Miletti just pointed out a comment from Anthony Harmon. Thank you so much for ordering the Unshakable Performance course, and that's really good to hear. Really, really good to hear. I greatly appreciate it. Link is in the bio down below, guys. If you're interested in the course, just check it out. If you choose to purchase it, it's very affordable. Vice10 is the code for 10% off. It looks like the response from Martinez has been all positive.
Person going back to wipe his cue down. I'm going to play the 9 to the bottom left and try to tie this up 4-4. And we got 4-4 here on the score. Gerson Martinez, Jonas Soto Camino. Take a look again around the room. Tally over table 25. Nathan Childress. Real good young man. Out of North Carolina area. Actually, I think I may be incorrect. It's not North Carolina. It's in Virginia, I think, right?
Who's that?
Nathan, he's in Virginia, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I had that incorrect.
was just in North Carolina. That's what it was.
Yep, he was just in North Carolina. It's okay, Franco. It's not easy to keep up with all these guys. I make that mistake quite often.
It's like having a sorority.
It's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. I'm impressed with his break. Very impressed. It didn't stick out to me in the past, but it's definitely sticking out a little bit more now. I believe you can just wrap right around the 8 here. Avoid the pink 4. It's going to be tight getting above the 3, but it's there. This is where the speed needs to be pretty on. It's going to hit this pretty easy. Let's see how he if he would have made it, I think he'd have been even better because he'd cut it even a little thicker. So he overcut the ball. Another opening for Suto.
Jonas was down on that ball before it even stopped rolling.
Yeah, he'll do that at times. He's ended up a little thin. Should be fine. Just need to avoid the 9. I think he's fine. Just a little check here. Well, the 9 is not what you wanted to do. If it was that big of a ball, I'd have considered spinning above it. Sure acted like he wasn't ever worried about it. This is missable. I don't expect him to. Just due to the speed at which the 4 will enter the pocket, it's pretty hard to miss it. Unless you chop it like this, really right in the face. This is all due to the play the shot prior, catching the 9 really practically head on, which was not foreseen. He had to have an idea of that happening, though. So a bit careless. And I think that's one of the biggest things that's held Jonas back at times. It's just taking that extra split second to know exactly what you're doing, like your counterparts, FSR and Alcady. If there's anything you can pick from those two guys who are two of the biggest veterans and best in the game, it's their shot selection and the time that they allot to make that selection. There's never any indecision. Didn't want to overrun it. He's going to be okay. I see that flinch in the arm, though, that scares me. And it kind of tells me maybe at times why he's failed to finish. I'm just wondering, in the biggest stage, quarterfinals, semifinals, the U.S. Open with 1,500 people breathing down your throat, is that arm going to rear up even more? Something he needs to be alert of.
All right, Gerson makes this 5-4 on the score. Potting that 9 on the side pocket.
Here we go. We got Dominic Dunn and somebody else. Didn't take long. Day number 1. Little argument going on. They're just having some fun.
Just discussing semantics.
Franco, I got to give you some credit. I really like that BSN logo. I've been meaning to tell you that. Billiard Sports Network.
Thank you.
AI is a lovely thing, ain't it?
No, I agree with that.
I know you did. I know you did. I like it. I think it's got a really good look to it.
Did a little pink in the background for the classics colors.
Very cute.
That's what my logo to be associated with. It's got cuteness.
Very cute. Well, pink is cute. Takes a real man to wear pink.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, we're on a player break. So Scott and I are going to take a break here for a moment. We'll be right back.
Go smoke, bro. I ain't fucking falling asleep.
All right, Gerson Martinez, the break. Nice break by Gerson. 2 trickles on the side. 1 down the corner. Looking at the overhead. Might come off the bottom rail off the 8. A little tough side on the 4 ball. Might look to just shoot through that gap. Cutting the 4 into the corner, letting the cue roll. The left side of the table. 5 ball will go up to the top. No, he doesn't get over there. Garrison's going to put the cue back up table behind the 7. It may have leaked out a little bit. So I have to really call from this angle. No one else can come off the bottom rail. Try to come back into the 4.
I really, really like this play. Very creative. Checking the cue ball back and forth. Required a much thinner hit than you think just to get the 5 all the way up there past the green 6. And even caught a piece of the green 6. Really clever play. A lot of good things happen with that play there. Just trying to create distance here, I think, and two-rail it around the 7 if he could. Well, I didn't think he was expecting to do that.
Wow.
He definitely wasn't. Put the hand up because I don't believe the 6 goes past the 8. So a little bit of a mishit, but it looked good on camera, Frank.
It did. It'll look good when I clip it and put it on social media later, too.
Get them views, baby. This is where I think he really needs to knuckle up. It's a part of his game that's lacking. I think if you asked him, obviously, he's very good offensively. I think if you ask him, he could always be a little bit better tactically. Where his countrymen are, in my opinion, 2 of the greatest ever tactically. FSR and now Katie. I think this young man here is great at the kick shot. Look at that. He's trying to get behind the 9. Great effort. Well, he's got an option here. Does he play the two-way, Frank? Big pocket with the black 8 where it's at. High right ball. Track in 2 rails behind the 7. What's he looking at?
Yeah, I like the two-way on it.
He's got to play the bank, right?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's pretty unlucky.
I think it's another one now.
Yeah, if he chooses to. It's a little different. Yeah, he's got such a big target down here, a big mitt you can get in behind the 8 and 9. He's going to send the 7 mid-table, come down towards the middle diamond.
Executed that very well.
Makes life miserable on that rail, even with the jump cue. Not near as easy as you think. If it's out a few inches, of course, then it's super sweet. But right there on the rubber, not as fun. Boy, he's entertaining this kick. Boy, this is one of the toughest kicks in the sport. That bare ball out in no man's land. It takes a lot of confidence to do what he's doing here. He's playing something in particular. I mean, I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you. This is very, very good.
I hit that ball well.
Just forcing your man to come from distance. Suto giving Martinez his flowers. Just creating that distance is a win. Make him come with the long ball. Are you up for the challenge, Mr. Suto? Negative.
Mm-hmm.
It's the big ball he's really yet to come with. There's that arm, Frank.
Yeah.
It's,
like you said, it came flailing out.
Yeah, it's very easy to spot. And I know he can feel it. It's not a good feeling. I think we've all had a little bit of the yips, I would call it. Especially when you start to get a little older, the nerves change a little bit. But Martinez needs to work on that because that alone could keep you from really reaching the finish line at the highest level. My goodness. That wasn't even close. That wasn't even close.
No, he was off on that one.
By about a foot?
Yeah, you see him kind of on his way back to the chair. He was kind of moving his arm, like something wrong with my stroke.
Yeah, uncomfortable when pulling the trigger. Yeah, I don't know what broke down there. Sometimes I feel like Suto's just too quick. Take that extra, literally 1 second.
I don't mean this in a negative way. He's also emotional sometimes with shooting.
Yeah, for a European player, he's got quite a bit of emotion, and I think that's okay, right? There's nothing wrong with it, but
Use it as a strength, not as a weakness.
Exactly, and that's the problem. Where's that line drawn? Yeah, this one's not going to turn out how he wanted, but I like the idea. Boy, I'll tell you what, Suto has to feel pretty fortunate to get 3 different looks at this ball, and all really reasonable.
All right, Jonas down for the 9-ball, looking to tie it up 5-5. This shot in the corner.
I've mentioned this to you, Frank. I feel like Gerson has a hard time finishing.
Yeah.
At times. I've seen him do some amazing things.
Closing is... A lot of people have issues with closing, Scott.
Yeah,
Usually comes up to a mental aspect or something with the game, but...
Oh, well, I see what you did there, Frank. Thank you, guys. Check it out. We're not trying to cram this down your throat, but if you're just joining us, Vice10 is the code. It'll get you 10% off. Unshakable Performance, there's 3 tiers, Core, Pro, and Elite. They're all the same. You just get more for one than the other. $99 is the most expensive. It's a 30-day course. I promise you, you'll realize in a split second how much work we've put into that course.
Dry break, Scott.
Yeah. He does so many good things. He really does do a lot of good things. And for an aggressive player, he takes the right shot more often than not, for sure. One of the toughest things to do as a coach or as a player yourself with Gerson, and he's got that twist of the back arm under high pressure, big shots, is to correct that. I don't know if I would talk to him about it. I'm sure he's aware of it, but how much is he aware of the fact that he needs to work on it? That's the question in my mind. Because I know as a player, Frank, when I had flaws, right? And I know that I knew I was having these flaws, but my mind was more set on winning and losing or winning and other things than just trying to fix that big flaw that I had, which sometimes you just tend to overlook actually what you've got to do to fix it. And I think it's a big deal. Obviously. It was a great hit.
It's tough to look at flaws and accept them, but the better players do that. They look at their flaws and they accept it, ask for help.
That's a really good point as well, right? Accepting it. Oftentimes we want to put it out of our mind that it's even there. Big shot here, not easy. Pinch of inside ball, long shot.
Scott, we got a finish over there on table 25. AJ Manis was defeated
Vitaly Patsora with a score of 9-3. I'll move Manis, I believe, into the winner's qualification match tomorrow.
Well, I've got to give a shout out to him. He's actually a partner or representative of my course. They're getting ready to do a big promotion in the Philippines. He's a fan of it, so I'm grateful for that. Wants to catch the right side of this 2-ball. My goodness, what a kick. What's the 9 look like to the upper right, Frank? Tough to tell.
I think it tracks into the rail, but maybe side pocket.
Yeah, you're right, though. I think it's at least going towards the 7. Could it potentially go off the 2 in the upper right corner on our screen right now? I don't believe so. This view tells me no. So you see what he's looking at there? He's looking to catch the thin side of the 2 and maybe go into the 5-3. Potentially get some blockage with the 9. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve.
A little unfortunate where the 2 fell.
Yeah, he made great contact, stuck the cue ball. So I'd agree. I don't know what's stopping him here. The 3 plays from anywhere over there. Don't be too afraid to get middle table here. Yeah, I'm okay with this, right? Don't be too afraid. I mean, he is about 5'4", so the reach might be real, but I don't mind the cue ball where it's at. It's another tool I think all elite players have to have. You have to have that extension. When I was playing, I had one that was 2 foot, I had one that was 1.5 feet, I had one that was 1 foot, I had one that was 8 inches, and then I had one that was 3 inches. And I think it's vital because they all come up for certain things.
Now they make the extensions where you can just take little pieces off each one.
Yeah, I know.
Take a little erector set.
Which is much slicker. Equipment has evolved over time. Yeah, Frank, it's never the draw ball where he introduces that little tuck of the back arm. It's always something where he's either punching or going forward.
Be careful, the 9 here.
Yeah, realistically, if it wasn't for the game where it's 3 opportunities at the 7, be a 3-game difference right now instead of a 1-game difference after this rack.
Around the table, Gerson Martinez want to make it 6-5 here against Jonas. In the race to 9. Like I said, guys, this is going to be our last match of the night. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Our mainstream table is going to be David Alcady versus Justin Bergman. And then our side streaming tables will be Jeffrey DeLuna versus the Golden Eagle, Eklikachi. Duan Kwok Hong against Marco Tusher. And Elliot Sanderson versus Shane Wolford. That will be the 4 matches streaming on the BSN YouTube channels. And of course, on Matchroom's YouTube. Starting to become a pretty stacked field here at the end, Scott.
Yeah, I don't think that this event, the Florida Open, the Arizona Open, all these events, I don't think we've seen a string of events that are going to be stronger than what we're dealing with now. I've never seen anything like it, to be fair.
All right, rack 12. Gerson to break. Leading 1, my goodness.
Been impressed with this part of his game so far. He caught those thick, of course. I had to compliment it. It was probably the worst break of the event that I've seen. You can tell by the layout and how they've all finished that the hit was way off the mark. Just going to pound over towards the 8 here, try to thump the 1 into the lower right. You didn't want to creep in behind it. That was always the risk. You've got to stay above that ball. You just have to. You can work with anything on the 2 if you're above it. See, he doesn't have defense in the mind as much as I would like him to have it. Because if you're above that 2 anywhere, even above the the left side pocket, you can do anything defensively with that wall there. Don't hit this hard. That'll work. You were talking about the emotion, and there we see some of it. It's not positive emotion. Gets down on himself pretty heavily at times. Suto.
And he's got to battle back from it.
Does a lot of great things with like the tickies and the caroms and the kicks. He's creative with the safeties. There's so many parts of Gerson's game that I'm really liking. I didn't realize he had the depth that he has. And I thought he was a little bit more wild, but he's proving me wrong there as well. That's a great hit by
Nice
Suto.
hit, and he's going to get rewarded for. I feel like the 2 is catching some speed.
No, I agree, Frank. Yeah, I think he has to be happy with that, Suto, where the 3 is at. Looking to play this off the edge of the 7 and come back, or how can you get him behind the 4-3-5? Is there a way to do that? I don't know.
No, I don't see it. What about following straight up, Scott? 2 up to the top rail and follow the cue ball up. Try to leave it behind the 7.
It's an option. Wow.
Yeah, that is not much strong.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Frank. I didn't know if he was shooting into the 7 to just play the cue ball.
I'd say he's pretty locked in there, Scott.
Yeah. Yeah, that was not friendly. Neither was that.
Oh.
kind of a tricky way to get to those balls. And even if you do get to them, they could tie back up. Seems to happen a lot. Ugh. Okay. I like what he's doing. I think he's got a lot better option of getting an open look at the 3 here, but it does kind of split your focus, and there's a chance of missing the 2 now. He's on 1 foul. Estel confirmed. Doesn't want to pound this. Pretty clever.
Wow.
Play off the 6 here, Scott?
Yeah, you're talking about the cue ball, right? The only concern, Frank, is if he catches it a little thick, you can go right back up into the pink 4. Like so. I think he'll tuck him in behind the 8 here. That's the smart play, in my opinion.
Yeah, attempt to put him on 2 also.
I would definitely use the long rail here to control the cue ball. Oh, boy. You really got to get him up under the 8. He knows better. That's just not good enough at this level. Of course, you can getting the snooker, but you really don't want to leave this 2 radar open. The hit pretty easy here. Oh, what a great hit he made. What a great hit he made. He tried to tick him in behind the 7. I'm really impressed with his defensive game, Gerson.
Yeah, he seems to move the ball very well, Scott.
Yeah, man. Did not realize he had that side buttoned up as well as he does. Boy, is he looking to just baby this past the 8? Or try to or something? Or just rock up on it? Yeah, that's the problem. Not the end of the world.
Tuck him behind the 5.
Yeah, if you feel like you can do it, you better make sure you get there. You're going to be tucked behind the 8 afterwards. Felt like it was a tall order. It looked easy, but it wasn't as easy as it looked. I didn't mind just slivering that ball and going up table.
That's nice. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And making him kick from the bottom rail. He was going to get the hit for sure, but I think he was going to sell out on top of it with the hit, so didn't work out. He's going to try and tuck him back down here under the purple. Wow. You got the 9, I guess, back door. Oh,
wow, great shot.
Take the pot. What a great hit, huh? I agree, Frank. Looked like he was trying to draw the cue ball back, and then he kicked to the long rail.
That could be a game-changing shot, Scott. The score being 6-5.
No, you're very accurate there. Very well could be. This kid kicks so well. He's got two ways to hit it. This one I might hit with a lot of speed. I don't know. You got to be careful. You try to hit it going in and miss it and don't hit it with speed, you're never going to get a rail. Wow, he kicks so good. The Spanish guys, they all kick incredibly well.
Yes.
Suto included. I like what he was thinking there, just keeping it simple. Just lay the pink up on the long round. 7 by the left side, or excuse me, the cue ball by the left side. But you don't want to give him a piece of the ball. That's too easy to execute. You can't afford to give him a piece of this ball. Really, no excuse there. Incredible.
Great shot.
That's why you can't afford to give him a piece of that ball. There's no excuse there for Suto. He knows it.
Both players playing a good chess match here.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to end up. I don't think any good, Franco.
No. Well, possibly. I mean, that 9 might be in the way.
I think he's open. Yeah, it's all about just carrying this angle on the 6 for the 7. He's home free. Got straighter than he wanted. Now he's got to work the cue ball a little bit. Meaning you got to punch it now to get it over there, where you can lose it potentially. You can let up potentially. You can pinch the ball versus the natural angle. All right, more work to do, Frank. Back and forth now, I believe. And on this table, that shot requires a lot of attention. You got to hit this ball extremely clean. Wow.
Back and forth.
He hit it clean. Just stop there.
All right, Gerson Martinez is going to look to take a 2-game lead here on Jonas Camino. That's 7-5 now on the score. Gerson Martinez versus Jonas Soto Camino.
Whether you're new to pool and practicing the basics, or a more experienced player performing drills to improve your shot making and positional play, the drill partner is perfect for you.
You can check out the Moonlighting Billiard products at moonlightingbilliards.com. All right, going into rack 12. Sorry, rack 13. Gerson in the lead, 7-5.
And if you guys get a chance, like, share, and follow Billiard Sports Network, please. Share the stream. Frank's been here the last couple of days at 7 a.m., making sure everything's buttoned up for you guys. He's been good in this department. He's been real good in this department overall, except for the time that I mentioned how good he'd been in it. It was terrible. He's back to himself. Oh, look at this. The 3 really jellying up for the 2. It's only the 4 that might have potential problems. Yeah, if he's looking to the left long rail there for the 4 in the lower right corner, you want to stay above the 3 just a bit. So you either got to dig on this just a hair, and that's what he's doing. Perfect. I love it. What a great decision. Instead of chancing the position from distance, hoping you get a right line, go at the ball. You know that percentages tell you you're probably going to come away with a pretty good look. Pretty savvy.
Want to slow down.
Excellent, though. I agree, Frank. He was flirting with losing it for sure. Got thinner on the purple than he'd have liked. Really want to carry an angle here on the 7. Whether you're below it, meaning on the left long rail, or you're above it, towards the middle of the table, you want to carry some type of an angle. Yeah, and he was aware. Could have used another rotation or 2 on the cue ball. All right, this is the moment, right? He knows that this is such a massive game. Got to expect him to finish here. Oof.
He leaned a little bit on that one. All right, 8 ball to the corner. He wants to just hold the cue right there for the 9. Decides to use the rail instead. 9 ball going to go to the bottom left, and that's going to put Gerson, also known as Bumpass, right onto the corner. I'm sorry, onto the hill. Right there in the corner. 8-5 currently is your score. Like I said, guys, tomorrow we're going to start here at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Matchups for the streaming tables.
matchups for the streaming tables tomorrow will be Katie and Bergman on the main table. And then on table 2, Kachi and Luna.
Unshakable performance. Thanks, Frank. Guys, checking out the link in the description. I didn't mention that a little bit ago. So, link in the description. Vice 10 for 10% off during this event. Just check it out for us. Thank you so much.
All right, rack 14. Gerson Martinez in the lead. 8-5.
Big movement on the 9. No look, Franco. It's going to be a rollout or a kick. He's so clever with the kicks. I wouldn't fault him if he figured something out, but he'd have to go in the front of it, meaning to the left long rail first. Don't believe he's got the top rail. But he could roll out to a clever kick. The only issue with that is that his opponent is also very clever at kicking the ball. And he's aware of that. Martinez. Well, this was a bit interesting. I know what he's trying to do there. Maybe tie the 3 up a little bit more. Yeah, he's going to get it back. That's what I felt like was coming. But that's typically what you want. I was touching on it earlier. I feel like when you're pushing out, the goal is to get the push out back. Notice his pace around the table getting quicker, though, whereas the elite players really focus on trying to keep that pace the same. That means the heart rate's getting up a little bit. The queuing tends to want to do the same thing at that time. And a little let up maybe there. It'll work. He's going to shave the top side of the 2 here, Frank, and come back down table using the 7 and 8, potentially the 3 and 6. Oh, did he really catch the gap where Gerson can kick in behind the 2 from the top rail? Sure doesn't look like it. It's all by design, Frank, that shot. The traditional kick and stick. You go at the side pocket with the 2. If it goes in, you've got another look. If it doesn't, you've got the distance at minimum.
Yeah, he's on the rail too, Scott. So there's not really going to be any drawing here. Is going to be very tough. So he's going to have to go forward.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't think you attack here. Can you bank the 2 back up towards like the 9 and use the 7? Wow, why would you hit it that hard?
Yeah, I don't think he needed to use the movement going forward.
What was he? I don't know what he was trying to do there. I really don't. I don't know what that was. Because the cue ball was nowhere near where I thought he would want to be. I know he was maybe splashing at the 9. It's so low percentage. Watch out, pink. Oh, free and clear.
This might be it for him, Scott.
Yeah, these are the moments that are so big for Martinez. I've seen in the past, he's let some of these slip away. But more so towards the end of big tournaments, I've seen it a little bit more. Not like the semifinals or quarters, but final 16, final 8 of some bigger events. I've seen some things slip away from him. I expect him to get this job done. What time again, Frank? We're back tomorrow?
12 Eastern time, Scott. Lunchtime. Tell your
Lunchtime.
boss you're taking an extended lunch tomorrow.
Excellent.
Watch Bergman and Alkady.
Wiggled it in. There was some movement back there. This is where that pace around the table being consistently near the same can help a lot. Gives you time to breathe, settle your nerves, recompose. Well, he's managing to do it. Overall, Frank, he's played really well. I love a lot of the decisions he's made on the defensive side. His break has been extremely good. He's known for his shot making. But
Yeah.
for me, and what I've seen, it's really the tactical side that's won him this match.
All right, 2 balls left. 1 now. Jonas is going to give the ball to Gerson, show some respect. Gerson Martinez is going to defeat Jonas Soto Camino with a score of 9-5.
I did just want to mention class act, right, from Suto. He's such a pure class act, such a great young man. He'll be back. But Frank, thanks for having me. Thank you. I can't
Anytime,
speak.
buddy.
Thanks for having me, bud. I appreciate it.
Just seat next to me all the time.
And thank you all for tuning in. I'm not closing us out. I just want to say thank you all very much for tuning in. Thanks for everybody's support. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Like I said, guys, 12 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. It's going to be Justin Bergman versus David Alkady. On our first of our second of our 3 side tables will be Duan Kwok Hong versus Marco Tuscher, Jeffrey DeLuna versus Eklit Kachi, Elliot Sanderson versus Shane Wolford, and our 4th. There's our 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's our 4th. All right, guys, tune in tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with us. Some of the side tables are still going on the BSN YouTube. You can check in with that. Thank you to Matchroom Pool for allowing BSN to produce this show. And we will talk to you.